Hello and welcome to Dunedin, the Caledonian ground for the 2025 National Track and Field Championships, Day 2. My name is Nick Bewley, got Sarah Kelly-Ross alongside, and as you will be able to see, unfortunately, weather isn't the best, but spirits super high.
Spirits are high, people have come a long way to be here. The Otago athletes are like, yep, we've got this, but we are in for a cracker of an afternoon of track and field.
Yeah, the Otago athletes right at home in this weather, about 12 degrees at the minute. A lot to like in terms of what's on the track to come this afternoon. We've got Will Steadman up very soon in the 400 metres para, but I know, Sarah, you're very excited about the 800 a bit later on.
Yes, Bo Ritchie has had a sensational season. The junior athlete is stepping up to the senior women's 800 this year, and I can't wait to see if she will claim her first Open title.
The men's 800 wide open as well. And the under 20 race, really looking forward to seeing Wellington's Joe Martin in action. Can he go sub 150? He's been going very close in this domestic season so far. A lot to love about the action in the field too. We've got Olympians galore. Connor Bell in the discus, Tori Morby in the javelin, and for the first time, at least here in New Zealand in 2025, Maddie Wishy in the shot put circle.
Yeah, Olympic silver medalist Maddie Wishy. She's in action later on, and it will be great to see what kind of form she's in, particularly heading into World Indoors in a couple of weeks.
Well, so much to get into. Thank you for your company as always. Let's get to it. Well, as you can see there, the fans have come down to the Caledonian, rugged up nice and warm. It's pretty customary in these parts to have the Kathmandu jackets out and the like in March. But as mentioned, spirits very high. Day 2 of the 2025 Jennian Homes National Track and Field Championships. We're a couple of minutes out from the men's para 400 metre race. As mentioned, William Steadman in the field of 5. And no doubt Will be looking to set down a pretty handy time. He's pretty impressive couple of weeks ago at the ITM as well, across 200 metres. In fact, I think he might have bettered his own national record, Sarah, so doubling up in the distance. But here's someone who knows a lot about the one-lapper. Silver, of course, at Paris, the Paralympics, and he'll be keen to stake a claim here. Tricky conditions, but no doubt he'll be ready to go. As we scan across, there's a lot of junior action in the field as well. We've got the women's under 18 high jump underway as well, and the men's under 16 long jump. The women's under 16 long shot put, excuse me, is sort of at the midpoint at this point in time. If you're just joining us here on the Athletics New Zealand stream, just starting to get underway for, we're dubbing Finals Friday, Super Saturday tomorrow. Plenty of action across these 2 days in particular before our Track and Field National Championships come to a close on Sunday. We will, of course, have the 1500 metres and 200 metres on Sunday as part of our rolling coverage as well. But here is the field for the men's 400 metre para. William Steadman in lane number 3 out of Canterbury. Jackson Woolley, Waikato Bay of Plenty, Finn Tregertha Nen, Daniel Kitts and Zachary Orbell. So we'll be looking, trying to get close, if not bettering personal best. It's always a focus coming into nationals, but I just must say, Sarah, you know, these conditions, we certainly need to acknowledge, you know, a bit of residue still on the track. I feel like the rain's just sort of stopped in the last 20 or so minutes, so fingers crossed it stays that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but actually it is clearing, and I think that these athletes are tough. You know, they've trained so hard for these championships, and it's wonderful to see such great levels of participation and competition across all the grades. Of course, we do now include under 16, then under 18 at youth, and under 20 junior, and then great to see the open and para fields as well. But it is, I think, clearing, and Finals Friday is here.
Certainly is. So take a look there, and the shot closest to us, Finn Jennian out of Canterbury, the athlete there in the centre, Jackson Woolley. What some might describe as the mince and cheese haircut. Just limbering up, getting ready to go. There's Will Steadman, bottom left screen, number 422. And this will be followed by the women's 400 metre para event as well at about 20 past 3. We will endeavour to bring you a real variety of action here, both on the track and field this afternoon. Among the highlights, 800 metre finals, the women's shot put, the men's triple jump, the men's discus, the women's javelin, and a stack full of relays to close our program as well. Can't wait to bring it to you all. There's a field of 5 in the men's 400 metre para set to go. And off to a clean start in that inside lane. There's Will Steadman. Strong start too by the other Cantabrian, Finn Jennian. There's a personal best of 58.45. There's Will Steadman, the Paralympic silver medalist, already making ground on that inside lane. And this is what we have come to expect from Will Steadman, 5-time Paralympic medalist. And he'll be looking to set down a really impressive time. Jennian remaining in second. And Jackson Woolley beginning to make ground in that centre lane as well. Here comes Will Steadman down the home straight. As we take a look at the time, just ticking over the 50-second mark now. Getting close, 54, there or thereabouts. Will Steadman nearing personal best time. We'll wait for the official time to come through. And it's Jackson Woolley coming in second place out of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Finn Jennian, a really nice run from him, the young 16-year-old. And across in fourth and fifth. There's Daniel Kitts and Zachary Orbelt. We await those times to come through, but it was very close in and around that 54-second time for Will Steadman there, Sarah.
Yeah, really solid hit out for Will there over his favoured distance on the track. He's got a new coach and he's looking really strong, and I think he's had a really good season domestically as he builds into the international calendar. World champs later in the year in Delhi for the IPC, and he'll be wanting to have a fine showing there.
Cool initiative as well, where some of our athletes are now signing the lens of the camera. Very something taken out of tennis, I reckon, initially. Here are the times as they come through. 54.51 for our winner, William Steadman. And Jackson Woolley, 57.59, which is a huge personal best. Went into this event with a PB of 59.04. So what, the best part of a second and a half there for young Jackson.
Yeah, so there you have it. You know, when you line up on the track and you think, oh, the track's a bit wet, it's not as warm as we would like, but you can still run personal best. Anyone can do it if they put their mind to it, show up, be here, and, you know, really capitalise on all the training that they've put to peak at the National Championships.
Really strong second 200 there from Willie Jennian, 59.45. And Daniel Kitts and Zachary Orbelt rounding out the field in the men's 400 metre para. There you go, a personal best early doors, as you say, Sarah. Mindset. Get that top 6 inches right. Or you can't control the weather. I wish we could.
No, we're good, Nick. We're good. We're good.
We're rugged up nice and warm here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin. So in around 10 minutes' time, we will have the women's 400 metre para. 3 athletes in the field there. A strong crowd building in, getting a nice seats there in the grandstand. We will, of course, later today, at various points throughout our coverage, have Dame Valerie Adams in and around the track, bringing you interviews and reaction post-events. No doubt Dame Val will step into our commentary caravan and bring us some expertise when the women's shot put featuring Paris Olympic silver medalist Maddie Weshi gets underway. That is at around 20 past 5, in fact 12 past 5, excuse me. Busy back end of the program with the men's discus, the men's triple jump and the women's shot put, all starting with around in the space of about 5 or 10 minutes of each other. So things really start to ramp up here in Dunedin. I know you spoke in the preview, Sarah, around what you're most looking forward to. These 800-metre races. I know we're about to get an under 18 800-metre race in about 20 minutes time as well, but the depth of middle distance running from a junior position right up into the senior ranks is super strong at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of Sam Ruth, I mentioned Bo Ritchie in our preview, but Sam Ruth, he's not in action over the 800. We'll see him later in the program on Sunday in the 1500s. But it's wonderful to see, you know, you talked about the junior 800. That is open game, and there's a number of races like that on the cards this afternoon and throughout the championships. It's wonderful to see. And what happens is when you've got these young guns going for it, it wills everyone on. So it's the standard rises, and people start believing that they can run faster and faster, and I'm here for it.
Well, I think we're all here for it, that is for sure, yeah. 25 past 3, so in around 12 minutes time we will have the men's under 18 800-metre final with the likes of Max McGregor out of Gore, too far from Ōtepoti Dunedin, but further south. Among the pace setters there, Blake Miskell as well out of Wellington. Of course, that would be a race that, as you mentioned, Sarah, Sam Ruth could qualify for, but just running the senior 1500 metres, the preliminaries tomorrow, final on Sunday for Sam Ruth. And then on the women's under 18 800-metre side too, which is just after 3:30, the two Hallier twins, Lisa and Sarah, I mean, they're only separated in terms of their personal best times by 0.22 of a second. I mean, it's hard to separate them when they're just walking past, but even on across 800 metres, that's going to be a fascinating little battle there between the Hallier twins.
Yeah, family bragging rights definitely on the line here. Lisa just the slightly faster PB of 2:06, but Sarah, no joke, at 2:07. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm interested in what they're like in training and how they, you know, lead out reps or sessions. And then what it's like at the dinner table after a hard training session, if we have to have adjudication or we're all good.
Yeah. No, I can imagine they're, I mean, super competitive. I mean, you know, your brothers and sisters, you're competitive in any occasion, let alone competing across the same event, and no doubt training together, as you say. So it'll be fascinating. Just after 3:30, the women's under 18 800 metres. The national record, for what it's worth, is held by Bo Ritchie, who just turned 18 in February. But her PB time, 2 minutes 3.68 seconds, is the current national under 18 record. Of course, Bo Ritchie, as we discussed at the top of the program, will be involved in the senior 800 metres, and opportunities there for pieces of history potentially. Just looking at some records there. I know, Sarah, you've spoken to the Athletics New Zealand official statistician as well, and there's an under 20 and under 19 record potentially there for the taking too. That's been around for some time.
Yes, I needed to check in with the Athletics New Zealand statistician to make sure I definitely got my facts right. I would hate to be the victim of some comments online for incorrect factual information, but I wanted to know who was the youngest winner of the women's 800 in the history, and actually that title goes to Kelly Edge, 17 years old, 188 days. In 1997, she claimed the senior women's 800 title. But my sources tell me that Michelle Green in 1977 was still a junior at the New Zealand secondary schools in December 75, so 2 years earlier.
Yeah.
That Michelle might be the youngest, but we do not have a confirmed date of birth for her.
Oh, no.
So if Michelle Green's family's out there, we'd love to set the record straight.
Get in touch.
Yeah.
So Bo Ritchie won't quite be the youngest,
No,
but
she will
certainly
not.
near the podium
Yeah.
in terms of being just 18. But that one thing that stood out to me when I was doing some prep for that 800 metre race is the national. So Bo holds the national under 18 record, but the under 19 and under 20 record is currently held by none other than Lorraine Moller back in 1974.
Now, you got a bit of education about Lorraine Moller, didn't you?
I did. I'm aging myself here, perhaps in a nice way, because when I do the preparation for this and I look at all these athletes who are born well beyond the year 2000, I feel quite ancient. But as a 1993 vintage, you had to go back a little bit. Had heard. My mum actually used to run at this track during her University of Otago days, and she was telling me a lot about Lorraine Moller, who obviously went on to advance in the marathon, Barcelona Olympics 92, Commonwealth Games, 3 medals in the end across middle distance, and then eventually onto the longer distances. But yeah, I mean that's some name to just pull out of the hat there, isn't it? And that's the beauty of ANZ rankings. You can lose yourself in that database for hours if you like, just looking through all these records, which is what it's all about, to contextualise how significant some of these results will be today.
Now, just going on in the field while we are talking about the 800s, we will go, you can see there in the background, this is the women's under 18 high jump, and the bar is at 168. I believe that is Perez from French Polynesia. She has won the competition at this stage. Because she's an international, she will not claim the title. That will go to the first New Zealander, and that was Hannah Hickson of Waikato Bay of Plenty. She jumped 162, and then today's Hess of Takapuna Amateur Athletics Club 158, and then Taylor Trowell also jumped 158, but will collect a bronze medal.
The women's under 18 high jump also out there in the not too distant future. I believe we'll have the women's under 16 long jump, and the women's under 16 shot put is going on as well, currently being led by Sina Maria Soa with a best of 14.62. That's just coming to a close. So 14.62 with her final attempt.
And this is the under 16 women's long jump, just going through their warm-up as we go now to the para women's 400.
So 3 competitors in the para women's 400, brought to you by the Caversham Athletics Club. Sasha Aldazani, Amy Ellis and Sarah James there of Canterbury. Hopefully can follow their progress in and around the track. Here we go. So Sarah James in the chair there at the back at the moment. Amy Ellis to her left, and that looks like Sasha Aldazani out in front. Sasha Aldazani with a PB of 1 minute 15.13. Sarah James 1 minute 13.62 seconds, which was set earlier this year. And here they come now down the back straight. In fact, it is Amy Ellis out in front, excuse me. And a nice fast finish too from Sarah James. Unfortunately, don't have the time graphic with us there, but we will bring you those times as soon as they come through. Sarah James and Sasha Aldazani, third position. So Amy Ellis, Taranaki, like those times to come through. See if it's in and around that personal best or season's best time. That's what it's all about. for these athletes on the big stage at national championships. And here is that time through now for Amy Ellis, the women's 400 metre para race. 1 minute 11.77 seconds for the 19-year-old. Sarah James with 1 minute 15 seconds flat. Just a little over a second outside her PB time, and Sasha Aldazani 1 minute 19.70. Warm-ups just taking place there in the under-16 women's long jump. And a real mix in terms of right across the country, isn't it, Sarah? We got Auckland, Canterbury, French Polynesia representation as well. Some Southlander, a local in there from Otago, Lucy Blakely, Sky Wilson. And these ladies in and around the 5 to 5.5 metre mark. This under 16 competition.
You can see the blankets out there trying to get their warm-ups in, and it's really critical that when you're doing a horizontal jump, and a vertical jump as well, when you go through your warm-up, you want to be running at the same intensity then that you start the competition in. So you want to actually get sort of really, really going in the warm-up, particularly in the horizontal jumps, because you don't want to have board issues early on. You want to get a jump in. This is a big field of 14, so the top 8 jumpers after 3 rounds will then get 3 more attempts. Now you don't want to wait till round 3 to pull out a good one to make that top 8, so it's really critical that as they go through their warm-ups, they're thinking about board placement and they're replicating their runs when they get into competition.
I know we talk about rugging up warm, but were you one that had the jacket on, etc., or because you're not going to have the jacket on when you jump, do you warm up as you would in competition, so you're fully in the zone from the get-go?
Absolutely. You know, this event is about keeping your core body temperature up as high as possible, because it affects your muscle temperature. So for muscle temperature to be, high, which these athletes want, they do need to rug up. They do need to have, the long tights on. People, it's easy to think, oh, I'm quite fizzed up and I'm warm, but actually, if you want every advantage possible, you do need to be wearing track pants, a long sleeve top, and if necessary, a blanket. Yeah.
Most, if not all, heeding that advice there. Taking in their surroundings as well. Here are some of our competitors in the next track event up. This is the men's under 18 800 metres. A lot of 800 metre races here today. And this opens up our program of them. So these runners came through preliminaries yesterday. I believe it was the top 3 through, and then the 2 next quickest to get to our final of 8. And the fastest through the preliminaries yesterday was Wellington's Blake Miskell, who will be in lane number 4 in a 1 minute 56.49 second race. And he's got a PB of 155.04. But you can really throw a blanket over this 8. It's it's going to be a strategic race, isn't it, Sarah?
Oh, it's going to be great. And, just hats off to Kingston Ryan, actually. 156.73. He ran a PB to make this final, and there's been lots of that as we see the start list now.
Yeah, Alexander Macbeth as well. You can see there just to the left of screen in the yellow of Wellington. Similar personal best to advance to this final. From 1 to 8, Quinn Moss, Jake Lomas, Henry Sevier, Blake Miskell, Max McGregor, Kingston Ryan, Justin Cunningham, and Alexander Macbeth. Moments away from the under 18, 800 metres. And they're off to a clean start. 2 laps. Let's see. Is it at a steady pace? How much strategy is anyone willing to go out early? Keep their powder dry. And in the Waikato Bay of plenty of colours there. Just a little bit out of focus, unfortunately. 200 metres through, and it's just a bit of a strategic affair here early, Sarah. A bit pedestrian, waiting for a move. But Justin Cunningham in the Manawatu Wanganui colours out in front early. And on his shoulder is Blake Miskell, 7.68. Jake Lomas in third position, Alexander Macbeth, Quinn Moss, Max McGregor looking to make his move, the Southlander. There's the bell, and around 1:02.
So look now for that pace to come on. The first lap was nothing spectacular in terms of pace. But it's all go now.
It certainly is. Alexander Macbeth, Justin Cunningham, Blake Miskell. 2 of the Wellingtonians in 3. Here's Max McGregor on the shoulder, though, the Southlander. Trying to get around the Wellingtonian. But it's Miskell in front of Cunningham. And now a big push here from Macbeth. The 2 Wellingtonians as they make the turn. Max McGregor. Oh, there's a bit of a trip in the back there. Wellington 1 and 2. Who will it be? It's Alexander Macbeth, the under-18 men's champion. As we await the time, a Wellington 1-2, Macbeth and Miskell. And Max McGregor in third position. What a run there from Alexander Macbeth, originally in lane 8. We mentioned just yesterday, PB time to advance to the final, and he wins it.
Well, Macbeth, what a strong name and what a strong finish from the young Wellingtonian. And in a time, 1:55.16. Now, given how pedestrian that first lap was, that was brilliant running from Macbeth. Miskell, he took it out at the bell, 1:55.75. He'll collect the silver medal. And Max McGregor in third, 1:56.15. So there is your podium. Macbeth, Miskell and McGregor.
Yeah, we'll wait for the full times to come through. Unfortunately, he's sort of jostling down that back straight. It looked like Quinn Moss, the Aucklander, caught up. And a bit of a foot trip there. He has kicked through to get to fourth at a time of 1:56.32. The times through as things stand. But Alexander Macbeth, just 15 years of age, under 18 national champion in the under 16 ranks. Silver in both the 800 and 1500. And now he's got a gold to his name in this under 18 category. Justin Cunningham, here out of Manawatu Wanganui in fifth. Let's send it down for the first time as part of our coverage here on day 2 of the Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships. Trackside with Dame Valerie Adams.
I'm here with the winner of the Under 16 Women's Shot Put, Sina Maria Sua. How are we feeling?
Good, thank you. I'm feeling proud, but I feel like I could have done better just working there.
That's okay. So basically, Sina is 13 years old, and I've got a bit of a personal relationship with Sina and her dad and family, and I'm very, very proud. What do you aspire to be, or what is your future goals?
Future goals is to get to the 2028 Olympics.
That's a great goal. Best of luck from everybody here at Dunedin, and please stay warm. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Here are the times through now for the full field of the men's 800 under 18 final. So Alexander Macbeth, Blake Miskell, Wellington 1-2, Max McGregor in third position, Quinn Moss, Justin Cunningham, Jake Lomas, Kingston Ryan and Henry Sevier rounding out the final, but PBs for both Alexander Macbeth and Blake Miskell, according to the stats through on the Athletic Live page. But sometimes there could be a slight difference between that and ANZ rankings. I've actually got Macbeth down here for a 154.58. So not quite PB, but heck, it's a national title nonetheless, Sarah.
It's a national title, and no one can take that away from him. I've got 154.58 too, so that's good. We're in sync here. But the patience of Macbeth to just sit and wait and time his run just superbly against his teammate, goes home with the gold medal.
And now we move through to the women's 800 under 18 final. Another field of 8, and as we were discussing earlier, could be a battle between the two twins in lane 5 and lane 8, Lisa Hallier and Sarah Hallier. Lisa with the bib number 172 and Sarah in 173. Both very close in terms of personal best times too, in and around 2 minutes 6 seconds, 2 minutes 7 seconds. But the full field from lanes 1 to 8, Abby O'Boyle, Emma Very, Nina Chalmers, Amy Nicol, Lisa Hallier. You can just see in the rider's screen in lane number 5. Paige Dobson out of Hawke's Bay, Gisborne, in lane number 6. Hannah McManus out of Auckland in 7, and Sarah Hallier in 8. And we are away in the women's 800 under 18. Will it be a replica of the men? It looks like the ladies, though, initially, Sarah, going out with a bit more pace and purpose.
Yeah, they're not mucking around here. And the Aucklanders going at it as we go down to the back straight as the field breaks. 177.
Well, there are the two sisters. 172. Lisa in front at the minute. Sarah behind. And then Abby O'Boyle of Southland currently in the third position. Paige Dobson coming around there in fourth. Hannah McManus in fifth. Amy Nicol. Emma Very there towards the back. They'll hear the bell shortly. The two sisters, Lisa Hallier and Sarah Hallier, with Abby O'Boyle right there as well, as we take a look at the split.
That's about 62 through 400. So the twins have turned up here and they are looking for a good time here in Dunedin.
And it's Sarah Hallier who's hit the front, with Lisa in behind. On the shoulder there is young Abby O'Boyle out of Southland. And they've opened up a pretty sizable gap on the remainder of the field. Now it's back to Lisa Hallier. In fact, Abby O'Boyle might be about to cause a boil over in the women's 800 under 18 final. But a kick there with around 200 to go from Lisa Hallier. And here comes Sarah Hallier with another burst of pace. It's the two twins. Lisa in front. Sarah looking to come up onto her shoulder. Lisa, though, looking strong. Abby O'Boyle starting to tire. Can she hang on for third? But it's Hallier and Hallier, Lisa and Sarah. Lisa looks over the shoulder, and it's Lisa who takes the win. Lisa Hallier over Sarah Hallier. Abby O'Boyle does brilliantly to hold on for bronze. And it might be Nina Chalmers and Hannah McManus who come home in 4th and 5th. So we await the times.
Wow, what a run.
Close to that 2:08, I believe, Sarah.
Yes, I think around 2:08 for these young women. And it's Lisa that does take the family bragging rights and the gold medal here in the under-18 women's 800 final. 2:08.73 to Sarah, 2:09.18. Sensational running by them. And I loved how hard they went out and just attacked the race from the get-go.
Well, they certainly did. There was no mucking about, as you mentioned, Sarah, in around 62-second first lap. But Abby O'Boyle in 3rd position. Now, I had it down here as a 2:12.31 PB heading into the final. There's the time, Sarah, the look on your face. You're thrilled.
Oh, that's amazing. 2:10.20. You know, a 2-second PB. That is so cool. And Hannah McManus also runs a 2-second PB with 2:12.55 to finish in 4th. Now, I've got her personal best down at 2:14.15. So that is great running by Chalmers and McManus to slice 2 seconds off their PB. And they've got a lot to thank for the pace that was set by the Hallier and twins and also O'Boyle, because O'Boyle went for it.
Well, I'm looking at them just rolling now. So positions 3rd through to 6th, at least per Athletic Live, and there can be some slight adjustments there based on ANZ rankings. But I'm looking at Amy Nicol as well in 6th position. She's gone very close to a PBs, certainly PBs for Abby O'Boyle, Hannah McManus and Nina Chalmers in 3rd, 4th and 5th. But you're absolutely right. Because of that intent and that strategy, there was no mucking about, and they were rapid.
Yeah, so this is so interesting because, you know, an athlete turns up here and looks maybe, oh, we've got a bit of a wet track. Their shoulders go down, their body language changes, but you just have to look at that race and see these young women laying it down, saying, absolutely not, I am in great shape, I have shown up here, and I'm going to own this. So well done to those young women.
So Lisa Hallier, who did have a youth under 18 silver last year, now has the gold in 2025. As we take a look here at warm-ups for the senior women's javelin.
Yeah, and that's finished featuring Tori Morby, I should say that properly, formerly known as Peters, a good friend of mine, so I do know her name properly.
Well, look, I was going to say you gave her new name, so we better hope you know it.
I helped give her just for clarification, just to clarify, Nick.
I was trying to, in a roundabout way.
Look, there she is. She's happy.
You were the marriage celebrant. That's what
correct.
I was trying to say.
That's correct.
Excuse me.
Often I would say, I married such and such, and then the person looks at me like, what? You've got a husband. So, yeah, that's a bit awkward. But Tori Morby will be in action here. She trained for many years in Dunedin, Southland girl, and I'm sure her family will be here today. The women's javelin, we saw warming up there Maddie Wilson, heptathlete, and she actually won the senior women's long jump this morning.
Did she?
She did, in a new personal best, 6.17 metres. So Maddie will have a busy weekend. She's doing javelin and shot put.
I saw her in the shot field, later today. 5:12, so very busy indeed. But yeah, Tori Morby, really looking forward to seeing what sort of form she comes into the Jennian Holmes Nationals in. Of course, multiple national titles, believe it's 8 national titles, Olympian record holder. But yeah, first time as Tori Morby, which I'm sure will take a little bit of getting used to and adjusting, but nonetheless, very much looking forward to seeing her in action. And as someone who does a variety of sports, I must admit, when I was doing the preparation here for the women's javelin, Alexa Duff, I was like, goodness me, I've seen that name somewhere. And Alexa Duff last year was playing basketball for the Southern Hoiho in our Tauihi Women's Aotearoa Basketball League. And I remember watching her play in the Rapid League, which has sort of been introduced as like a pathway competition that, you know, the players that would usually sit on the bench can get some minutes before the 5-on-5 big league game, and she's a serious talent. And then I was like, yep, got it right. Alexa Duff in the javelin as well, so she can shoot the ball and she can heave the javelin. So how good?
And she can throw a jav. You know, at 45-28, that's not to be laughed at. And in 2024, she actually collected the under-20 title, got the gold there. So Alexa Duff, woman of many talents. And I believe now we're going to go to Dame Valerie Adams, who's trackside with another one of our competitors.
I'm here with the winner, depending on who you're looking at, of the under-18 800 metres, and I suppose Lisa won that race. How do we feel about that race?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm really happy with it, yeah.
Is there a lot of family rivalry between the two of you?
Yeah, I just bid her a week ago, but she got me back today, so.
So who has the best PB actually?
Yeah, by like 20 milliseconds or something.
Awesome. And how did the conditions feel out there? I know it was a little bit cold earlier and rainy, but now that's cleared up.
Yeah, I actually quite enjoy the cold, so it was quite nice. Yeah.
And is this the last race for the season for you guys, or what is up next for you?
We have North Island Champs, and maybe another club night, and then that will be it. Yeah.
Awesome. We want to wish you guys the best of luck, and hopefully you guys keep running, and we may see big things in the future. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you there to Dame Valerie with the sisters Lisa and Sarah Hallier, 1 and 2 in the women's under-18 800 metres. The next event up on the track is the women's 3K steeplechase, which features Eva Pringle, the defending champion. I believe she might have been second in the 5K. Was that yesterday or this morning? I'm trying to piece it all together, but certainly on the podium there in the 5K, Eva Pringle out of Canterbury, out of the Port Hills. And look, I reckon she'll be there at the finish, looking to go back-to-back in this event. She's got a personal best of 10 minutes 20.97. So we'll see the women's 3K steeplechase in the not too distant future, but this is where it starts to get busy. There is Tori Morby starting to warm up and prepare for the women's javelin. The field events in the senior ranks starting to ramp up. We'll have the men's discus and the men's triple jump and the women's shot put all after 5 o'clock. If you're big fans and followers of the likes of Connor Bell or the Olivier brothers, Ethan and Valray or Maddie Weshi, set an alarm potentially. Come back for that one, or stay with us for the entire duration, even better. But really looking forward to seeing where all those Olympians are at here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin.
Definitely don't leave us, that's for sure. Stay with us, because it'll be really interesting. We talked about Maddie Weshi. You know, this is the first time that we've seen her in action since Paris in New Zealand, but it's also the first hit out today for Tori since Paris, and she's opening her season here, so it'll be really interesting to see what kind of form she's in. She'll be wanting to put on a good show for her southern mates and her family who have travelled up to watch her compete. And I know this ground is very special to her in terms of her journey through athletics, now based out of Hamilton and Cambridge area. But, you know, when an athlete comes to a national champs, they want to show up and they want to deliver for their people. Now, Tori will be going for her 9th senior woman title, which is extraordinary. Her first one in 2012. And when I wrote that down in my research, I thought, oh, actually, I was in that competition as well. So just the other day, but 16 championship medals for Tori. Yeah. So, you know, a great career as we see the competitors lining up for their first throw. And this is Alexa Duff.
It certainly is. in and around that 40-metre mark early for Alexa, 45.28 PB. And it's an encouraging start, I would have thought, for our junior national champion. Just glancing down our schedule as well. The women's under-16 long jump, the men's under-16 pole vault coming up. Really is plenty happening in and around the Caledonian grounds. Centre of screen, as you see it currently, is Maya Phillips out of Canterbury. And in North Canterbury, I know we're very proud of where in Canterbury you're from, Sarah, in terms of where on which side of the Waimakariri River. So North Cantabrian, Maya Phillips.
I actually emceed the North Canterbury Sports Awards last year, and I tell you what, it was amazing. It was such a great night. The hospitality by the region. I went home with this hamper of all these great products made in North Canterbury. So, yep, love them there. My friend Tony Hall arranged it for me, and it was a wonderful event.
Outstanding. I'm not surprised by that hospitality in North Canterbury. They're good people. Very good people indeed. Maya Phillips there, a 41.96 personal best. And she was silver to Alexa Duff in the junior women's javelin last year. And it is quite neat, isn't it, in our commentary position anyway, Sarah? We must acknowledge we are over on the hill behind the track this afternoon at least, but we're right next to the podium, if you like, the official presentations. Great to see friends and whānau gathering, taking photos as our under-18 men's runners receive their medals. Pretty cool.
It's so nice for the families to be actually up close and be able to get those photos and not have to have the distance of the track, because I think my mum's probably got a lot of photos which are quite far away, not on a phone, they're printed out, as we wait now for round one of Tori Morby.
There she is, Tori Morby, personal best 63.26. That was back in 2023. Her best last year, 61.26. Going for that 9th national title. First throw in competition for the year 2025. It looks to be up and towards that 50 metres, so just a reintroduction to competition there for Tori. Just over 50, in fact. That's certainly a better shot to see past that 50-metre mark.
And just while we wait for this measurement, it's a good opportunity to acknowledge the officials, you know, out there for 4 days, volunteers giving it everything so these athletes can have their moment. I saw an official before who was absolutely saturated, and just hats off to them for the job that they're doing.
Maddie Wilson now, heptathlete. So it was a 56.15 for Tori Morby. Takes her to the top of the standings. This is the first round of the women's javelin. And that one looked to just slip out of hand. Didn't get that angle quite right there for Maddie Wilson. Sure, we won't measure that one up. It's a foul.
So the tip of the javelin must make an indent or a mark in the ground for it to be a legal throw. If not, it's a foul.
Local Otago athletes, Jessica Lake out of Cromwell, Central Otago, beautiful part of the country. Also competes in the hammer, 19-year-old.
You see that windsock there, further down the infield, but Nice little tailwind for these javelin throwers here at the Caledonian ground.
Speaking of officials, that might be Holly Robinson there in the centre at the moment.
I believe it is. So, Paralympic champion,
Yeah.
multiple Paralympic medalists, bronze in Paris in the shot put. But great to see her giving back to her sport and out there doing what many people have done for her.
Yeah. There
There
she is.
Otago icon now, even though she's, you know,
Royalty.
well, yes, royalty. She's a West Coaster, but based down here for many years.
This is Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey. And again, getting up in between those 30, or towards that 30-metre marker. Slightly deceiving that angle. We might see if we can pick up where things are at in the women's 3K steeplechase as well. See if the athletic times are kind to us. It's about 4 minutes through. You can start seeing some of those runners behind our javelin field coming through and behind. So nearing the midpoint, or perhaps about a third of the way through. So we'll try and bring you the finish of that women's 3K steeplechase as well. And Alexa Duff up again. This is her second attempt, 42.46 with her first. I think the reason I was getting confused before, Sarah, is we've got 20-metre, 30-metre markers out there. That might be for, trying to see from our vantage point, might be for the discus, potentially, later. And then the javelin right next to it, so excuse me for initially I might have thought it was a 20 when it was certainly well clear of 30. Let's see if that's an improvement for Alexa Duff. Got it down as a season's best for Alexa, which is great to see, but it's just a little bit back from her first, 42.46 and 41.23 with her second.
So this is Maya Phillips of Canterbury. She had a throw of 40.56 in round one.
Verging on her personal best, Maya Phillips, 41.96. Tell us, Sarah, as someone who's never thrown a javelin in their life, maybe I should just give it a go to see how hard it truly is, but, you know, there just seems, obviously you've got to get your footwork absolutely spot on, your precision, you're generating that power through the core, through the shoulders, like incredibly technical sport to just piece it all together. It feels like, again, we speak about fine margins so much, but exemplified in the javelin, would you?
Yeah,
Sum that up? Is that how it...
Yeah, well, you want the line of the jab, as we see Tori Morby here, to go in line with the direction that you're putting your power through. So you can see Tori's long arm there as she comes through. Now, Tori is exceptionally strong athlete. She goes about her work in the gym with such precision because, like you said, it is fine margins. When you don't line up the javelin to the same line that you're putting your power through it, it can make a significant difference. So what you want is that alignment, but it all starts with a really good run-up. So you want to generate the speed that you can control to hit the right position to allow yourself to do that, as we see the replay here of Olympian Tori Morby. Many of you will have known her as Tori Peters. She got married last year to Cameron Morby. And we see there Tori's second throw, 53.55, which shows, you know, in javelin, you can have these swings when you don't get the right alignment and you don't get the right sequence of patterns. This is Maddie Wilson, national heptathlon champion, and this morning national long jump champion as well. But she's in the javelin, and she's got to go to the shot put after this.
Busy indeed, Maddie Wilson.
So I think we should get you with the javelin in your hand.
I don't think we need to film it or anything, but yeah, let's try.
We've got some cameras around,
and hopefully there's no one close by in fear of danger to their well-being. But yeah, it just seems so technical, and you summed it up perfectly in terms of it just feels like if you're a degree or two off in terms of that alignment, then it's going to come out, and that's the difference between 56, 53 or 45, 42.
And the way that the javelin flies tells you a lot about what you've done. So if you get a javelin which hits where you hit the light, the point of the jab, it's like a bullet. If you don't, if you pull down on the jab, the tail goes down, then the javelin sort of, the tip rises above what it should be, and that will affect its distance, because you want this nice big parabola as opposed to an up-down, more of an acute sort of angle. So it is complicated, but when you get it right, oh, it's a great feeling.
Look out. Look out indeed. Might have just heard the bell there in the steeplechase, the women's 3K steeplechase, so we'll see if we can bring you the latest from that race. Also, while the women's javelin is ongoing, just trying to see from our vantage point at least who's coming past. And that looked like it might be let's have a look. So that was Courtney Fitzgibbon, who's just gone past out of Manawatu Wanganui. I'm just wondering, this actually might just be the under-20s, excuse me, that's underway. I have a feeling they might run at the same time. Is it? Oh, apologies, no, it is. Bit to unpack with the Athletic Live, but that is Eva Pringle there, bib number 400, and taking out the women's 3K steeplechase in a time in and around 10 minutes and 26 seconds. And well clear of the next best as well. We come through now. Ashley Gardner, the Cantabrian, the Port Hills club, 22-year-old, and will come through in second place. Can she get in and under 11 minutes? Yes, she will. 10:55 for Ashley Gardner. So Canterbury 1-2 in the women's 3K steeple. And third home. Sorry, this is where it gets a little bit complicated, because the under-20 athletes are separated by the seniors. That is Courtney Fitzgibbon out of the Manawatu Wanganui club. So the senior women, Laura Fernandez, third in the seniors, but Courtney Fitzgibbon, third home to take out the under-20 title.
So Eva Pringle takes home another title, and already she's collected the gold there and the silver last night. Sorry, the silver in the 10K National Championship. So wonderful for Eva, having a great season.
So just starting the third round of the women's javelin. As things stand, Tori Morby out in front, 56.15 with her first attempt. There she is there. So how do we chuckle and a laugh with an official? Alexa Duff in second position, 42.46, and Maya Phillips in third, 41.88. Here is Tori Morby now, attempt number 3.
Gave it a bit more that time, I thought, in those last 3 strides, attacked into it. Not sure it's as good as her first one. And actually, I think she may have stepped over the front, so she wasn't happy with it. We'll wait to confirm that. So the javelin must indent in the ground, but you must also throw or finish the throw before this line, which you will see now as Maddie Wilson comes down the runway.
Just not quite getting that angle, that flight angle right as Maddie Wilson. Doesn't that indent? But I guess further to our conversation before that, after everything else, that challenge of, do I launch this close to the line, a little bit further back, and then stop all my momentum suddenly, and there's a real gymnastic balancing act, like that's the final piece of the puzzle, right?
Yeah, so this is why in javelin you have to be so strong, because what you are doing is creating all this horizontal, speed into the throw. You've got incredible rotational power, and then you need incredible eccentric strength to be able to stop. So you've got to throw, then stop.
Yeah.
And, you watch the...
Which isn't natural at all.
It's not a natural thing, but for these guys, it's totally natural because, as we see a little slip there by Jessica Lake. But if you watched at the Olympic final of the men's javelin, it's like they jump into it and they're landing on the ground, because that's the incredible power that these athletes are generating into the jab. They've stored this energy up through the rotation, through the lengths that they've got through their limbs, and then through this incredible propulsive power. But then they've got to stop because you want the throw to count.
Yeah. I do recall that from Paris, actually. Yeah, the men just flat as a pancake just before the line. They've launched themselves. It was quite incredible. As you see there, a foul for Jessica Lake. So no change to our 1, 2 and 3. Tori Morby, Alexa Duff and Maya Phillips. And unfortunately, that slip there for Jessica Lake. Might be a slight delay in the women's javelin. Hope she's okay. So you can just see in the forefront there, the women's under 16 long jump currently underway. Jordan Villian in front. Not much in it. 1 centimetre to be exact between Jordan Villian out of Auckland and Eden Moyle. 5.39, 5.38. Far away as well from our men's 3K steeplechase.
So here they are on their marks. Men's 3,000 steeplechase. The hurdle height is just a tick over 90 centimetres. And Toby Tasker, the reigning champion, goes straight to the front.
And this one will be fascinating, won't it, Sarah? Because we've effectively got 4 of our competitors. Toby Tasker, as you mentioned, Ewan van der Peet, Michael Sutton and Ben Boudoir, who all have personal best within about 2 seconds of each other. Toby Tasker with a 9-minute 10-second. We've got Michael Sutton with a 9:11. And Ewan 9:15, Ben 9:17. So this is going to be a really interesting race to see again the strategy. And making sure there's no errors throughout as well, leaving something in the tank for later on. But it is Toby Tasker out in front early. With Ben Boudoir in second position. Matthew Arnold out of North Harbour in third. And Michael Sutton, Waikato Bay of Plenty, in fourth.
So Arnold, he's won the silver medal twice in the last couple of years. He's currently sitting in third. He'll really be looking to try and get up to that top, but he'll have a tough ask ahead of him as they keep clearing these hurdles, getting through their work as they come down the back straight here at the Caledonian ground and head to the water jump for the second time.
There's Toby Tasker, part of Team Petty, Angie and Sam in Canterbury, and as you mentioned, defending champion. Ben Boudoir there, Waikato Bay of Plenty in second position. Finished the position no one wants to finish in last year in fourth. So he'll be looking to improve on that. But number 685 there in the Waikato Bay of Plenty colours. So we might be back at the women's javelin relatively shortly as men's steeple competitors make their way around the corner where the women's javelin is taking place. In fact, it's at the other end. I'm still getting my bearings here out in the caravan out the back. Take a look at the under 16 long jump there, head on as well.
Okay. Yep.
So you can see in the back there, the competitors in the steeplechase come round into the home straight as they come into their work here and tick off another lap here in this 3,000 metre steeplechase. This is Toby Tasker. He's the defending champion. And we've got a tight group of four here.
Yeah, so Ben Boudoir still there, Waikato Bay of Plenty. And he's joined there Michael Sutton, Matthew Arnold as well as Jake Owen there in fifth out of Otago. Comes Raina Kravitz there out of Wellington. And Ewan Vanderpeets. Apologies as we try and sort of a wider camera angle, but you can just see in the back there leaders come through. Here we go, Toby Tasker still out in front with Ben Boudoir and Matthew Arnold second and third respectively, and Michael Sutton just with about a 10 metre gap back to fourth. Just trying to hang on to that pack of three is Sutton, but very much feels like a race between that four unless something rather dramatic is going to happen towards the back, Sarah.
Yeah, it's definitely, they've stretched out this field. And Tasker, Boudoir and Arnold doing their best here down the back straight. They're into the final third of this race, and the legs are feeling heavy, but this is what these guys have trained for as we head into the water jump again. Always interesting to know whether the athletes prefer the inside of the track water jump or the outside. As we see here, Toby Tasker went to the front straight away in this race and is holding that position.
Yeah, looking strong too is the 20-year-old out of Canterbury, Tasker. Boudoir, yeah, just in second, slight gap. Matthew Arnold, the two-time runner-up in the bronze medal position as things stand. And hanging tough in fourth is Michael Sutton. So we've got Tasker, Boudoir, Arnold, Sutton. The top four there in that order as we hit 7 minutes. And just starting to bunch up a touch here.
Sutton has done a really good job to stay on these three. He hasn't let that bungee go as he moves up there onto Arnold's shoulder. He's going in strong to this, what I think is the penultimate water jump.
Yeah, well, Michael Sutton knows what it takes to win, of course. 2023 winner, bronze in 2024. A four-time medalist. And he is now in second position. It's a real bunch there. Tasker, Boudoir, Sutton, and now Arnold in fourth position. Here comes the bell, final lap.
1 lap to go. It's Sutton who takes this quadruple into the final lap of the 3,000 metre steeplechase here. A few barriers to clear, but he's held tight throughout this race. I thought he had dropped off that front three. As we see Arnold now making a game for this. Down the back straight.
Here comes Matthew Arnold, the two-time runner-up, the 28-year-old out of North Harbour. What a final lap we have here. Has Michael Sutton run out of legs? Ben Boudoir still there as well. Toby Tasker now, he's led for almost this entire race, the Cantabrian. He's back in fourth. Arnold. Sutton. The water. One barrier to go is Sutton. He's willing himself on. Who's got it? Is it Boudoir? Out of nowhere. What a finish. Michael Sutton striding Ben Boudoir, trying to catch him, but Michael Sutton takes out the men's 3,000 steeplechase. Over Ben Boudoir, Matthew Arnold third, and Toby Tasker finishes fourth. What an addition to the men's 3,000 steeplechase. In and around a time of 9:13, 14. We'll take a look once they come through, but there is your champion. You mentioned Siri did so well to hang on in fourth for what felt like an eternity, and he gets the gold.
The grit of Sutton, unbelievable. That was a great race by the Waikato Bay of Plenty athlete to hold on and grit it out. You know, there were times where I thought he had dropped off the front three, but in fact he was holding on and he didn't let that gap get any wider, and he takes the title there from his teammate, and I think that might be a new personal best for him. We'll see shortly. But Toby Tasker, after leading that race from the start, unfortunately finishes in the position that we talked about that no one wants to be in fourth. A brave run by Tasker, but it was Sutton from Boudoir. And then Matthew Arnold claims yet another medal in this event. But what a run from Sutton.
What a run indeed. Gold in 2023, bronze in 24, and gold in 2025 for Michael Sutton. For Ben Boudoir, after that fourth place last year, he gets that feeling of some silverware in the form of a silver medal. And Matthew Arnold, a third National Championships medal for him. Unfortunate for the defending champion Toby Tasker. In that group of 4, there had to be one that missed out on the podium, but he needs to hold his head high as well. He was a big part of what ended up being a thrilling race.
So Michael Sutton's personal best, he set it at the Porritt Classic in 2024. So we will wait to see what that time is. His personal best was 9 minutes, 11 seconds, 67. So we'll wait that time.
While we do wait, we might send it down to Dame Valerie trackside.
I'm here with Eva Pringle, the winner of the senior women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Congratulations. Now talk us through that race.
It was just kind of a bit of a TT, just out front, just leading, but it was a good experience just to do my own laps and have to rely on myself to lead the race.
So I know this is a back-to-back natural title for you. Was there any expectations coming into this race, and did the weather have an impact?
There weren't too many expectations. I really was keen to defend my title. Just had tired legs after the 5K yesterday. Just getting prepped for Australia.
Awesome. Well, we want to wish you the best of luck. You know, I know you got the 1,500 metre race on Sunday, so best of luck from the rest of us, and hopefully this weather holds off.
Thank you so much.
Well, those times have come through. I thought it said 9:13. There was no 1. There was a 0. 9:03.11 for Michael Sutton. And look, I think for all these 4, it's huge PBs for Sutton, Boudoir, Arnold, and Tasker.
Well, hats off to Toby Tasker for setting the pace in this race. But hats off to these men for staying with him, for gritting it out and being rewarded with great personal best. That's seconds off. We're not talking about, tenths or anything. These are huge PBs. And so the next barrier that they'll be trying to break is that 9-minute barrier.
Yeah.
But it's not far away now. It's in their sights.
Well, for Michael Sutton, for example, it was 9 minutes, 11 seconds going into this race. So that's an 8-second PB. For Ben Boudoir as well, he had a 9:17 PB. So we're talking 14 seconds off. For Matthew Arnold, he had a 9:13, so 9 seconds off for Matthew Arnold. And then Toby Tasker, 6 seconds off for him. So outstanding, brilliant race. What a race. Hopefully we'll get some reaction via Dame Valerie very shortly from that men's 3K steeplechase as well, as we turn our attention back to the women's javelin, where we're into the 5th round. And of course now we will be in reverse order. And Maya Phillips about to go. Currently with a best of 41.88. And again, that looks like it's consistent work there from Maya up towards that 40-metre mark.
So round 5 of the senior women's javelin throw. And out in front, as we predicted, is our Olympian javelin thrower, Tori Morby, through 56.15 in round 1. And that round 4 throw, while that thrilling steeplechase final was on, 54.15. So Maya Phillips' throw that we just saw was 38.69. And Alexa Duff, who's currently in 2nd, with her best throw of 46.84, which I believe is a personal best, and set to throw. So she's in great form, the basketballer javelin thrower.
Yeah, 45.28 PB going into this. So yep, 46.84. And again, looks like in between those 40 and 50 markers, but I know it won't be registered, a foul.
So she wasn't happy with that, so she comes out the front. Or she didn't stop in time.
Yeah, we're not so sure, yeah.
So here she is. Tori Morby looking to better 56.15 in round 1. This is her 5th throw. The senior women's javelin.
Near that 60-metre mark. Could be an improvement on her best so far of 56.15. As mentioned earlier, 61.26 was the season's best for Tori in 2024. Representing Waibop, but Southland roots. Far from home here at the Caledonian ground in Dunedin. And 52.52. So it's a consistent series for Tori. 52.52 and 56.15, all within those 4 metres for her 4 registered attempts so far. She'll have 1 to go. So we take a look at Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey, currently in 4th position with a best of 38.57.
So just to note, Maddie Wilson passed her last couple of rounds in this senior women's javelin. She'll finish in 5th position. Athlete just going to change her shoes and get back out here shortly for the senior women's shot put.
And Jessica Lake, we hope she's A-OK after that slip with her 3rd attempt. She's passed as well. So down to the 4 competitors. That was a 36.36 there for Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey with her final attempt. Just a metre down on her best of the series, 38.57. Maya Phillips now, can she get ahead of Alexa Duff? It doesn't look like that will be the case, but it might be an improvement on her 41.88. It looks to be over that 40-metre mark.
So close to personal best in round 2 of 41.96 with that 41.88. Second round throw will be close to that, 41.43. So she'll take the bronze medal. And now it's Alexa Duff who will have her final throw here, set a new personal best of 46.84 in round 4. And this is her last throw here, senior women's javelin, Alexa Duff.
That was a great throw from Alexa to finish up her competition. So finishing in 3rd place, Maya Phillips.
So Alexa Duff will wait for her final measurement there. But the local Otago athlete has had a great competition, as we see out in the field, as mentioned before. Holly Robinson helping out as an official. Former Paralympic champion and collected the bronze medal last year. And that's 44.72 for Alexa Duff in her last round. She'll take the silver medal. This will be your gold medalist, but what can she do in round 6? Olympian Tori Morby, set to launch the javelin for the last time here in Dunedin in this 2025 Jennian Holmes Track and Field Championship.
That's a good solid throw from Tori to finish the day. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
They'll measure it up. Again, hard to see exactly where that has landed, but centre, in the centre of the arc. And it's been very consistent from Tori throughout, between 52 and 56 metres. Again, looked like over that 50-metre mark at least. But nonetheless, 54.96, so her second best. It was first time. 56.15 for their first is the best of the lot for Tori Morby, who takes home a 9th national championship, and no doubt we'll get some thoughts from Tori with Dame Val pretty soon, but you'd have to think she'd be pretty happy to get her 2025 competition season out and underway, Sarah.
Well, she knows where she's at now, and I think that's what this is about for her. She's drawn a line in the sand, and 56 metres is where she's at, so she can build from that. She's got the Sydney Track Classic in a few weeks, as we see her off to sign the camera, and just a nice touch there, shaking the officials' hands. They're the ones out there bringing all the javelins back and doing the measuring. So she's got Sydney and Melbourne coming up, but it's another great national title for Tori Morby. But I believe we've got Dame Valerie Adams trackside with the winner of the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
I'm here with the winner of the 3,000 metre steeplechase, senior men's, Michael Sutton from Waikato. Please, firstly, congratulations on a massive PB, 8 seconds. Talk us through that race and how did that feel out there?
It felt great out there. I think it was quite a tactical feel. We were sort of back and forwards a bit, and then just having that strength at the finish to really finish strong was something that I was really happy with today, and we in a good position. Yeah.
Awesome. So top 4 got PBs today. Quite a fast race, very strategic. Was there any major expectations coming into this race?
Yeah, I think so. I think the depth in New Zealand steepling is really strong at the moment. As you can see, there's 12 guys out there on the start line. So back from, I think, Hastings a few years back, there was 3. So more, I think guys are getting into it from the 15, so there's a lot more pace coming in, and it's got to be good for the event, really. Yeah.
Awesome. So is there any other races for the season, or are you going to be heading over to Australia?
Yeah, so I'll be heading over to China and Europe for mountain running, sort of through the winter. Yeah, I've got New Zealand mountain running champs in April. Is probably the next big event for me. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we want to wish you the best of luck, and congratulations once again on a massive PB.
Cool. Thanks, Verily.
Thoughts there of Michael Sutton with Dame Valerie. As we turn our attention back to the track, in fact, still about a 10-minute break from our track action, returning to the 800 metres. And this is, for you, Sarah, one of the highlights of Day 2's program coming up, the Women's Senior 800 metre final. That's right on 5 o'clock with Bo Ritchie. Really excited to see how she goes and if she can win a senior title at the age of 18. We've got a wide open men's senior 800 as well. And in the men's under 20 800, there's a potential here with Joe Martin and his personal best. I've seen him run in person just a couple of weeks ago at Ngāpurawai at the international track meet. I believe he's had 3 runs now, the 800, in and around 1 minute 50. He's looking to go sub 150, and there's potential that under 20 race could be quicker than the senior race, which we don't see all that often. But Joe Martin, he's doing great things in middle distance at the moment. Certainly a talent to watch.
A big talent, and this field is also filled with, you know, these youngsters who will go out hard. If no one takes the pace early, look for a really tactical race. And the guys with those, you know, quicker 400 times, the likes of Conor McLean from Auckland, who won a silver medal in the 400 in the under-20s last year, look for him and others if the race does get tactical in that last 200 when the heat comes on, to come home strong. But we have got a feast of 800s coming up. 2 laps of the track, 4 200s, whatever the way you want to, you know, make your mind believe that this race can play out. But for these athletes, they need to be switched on from the gun and not get left behind early to be able to be right up there when the heat comes on.
Without a doubt, and it will be fascinating to see how each of the runners approach their races. So the program reads: the men's under 20 800 first. That's at 4:39, so in about 10 minutes' time, followed by the women's under 20. Then the seniors, the men's senior 800 at 4:53, the women's senior 800 right on 5 o'clock. And then we have more Olympians over in the field. The men's discus featuring Connor Bell. Hasn't competed, in fact, since the Paris Games, so his first competition in quite some time. It gets underway at 5:05. The triple jump featuring the Olivier brothers, Ethan, the world under-20 champion from last year, and Valre Olivier. It's at 5:10. And an Olympic silver medalist in the form of Maddie Weshi in the women's shot from around 5:12. It's going to get busy. A lot to unpack in the next hour.
Look, I would suggest if you need snacks, get them now. get a lot of them and just settle in, because this is a feast of field events and we've got some amazing track finals coming hard and fast at you. So get your snacks, sort out everything and just relax into this afternoon.
Good crowd, and so all things considered, it feels like the rain has died off, but still pretty gloomy out there. The lights are on, as you can see, everyone's rugged up nice and warm. But spirits are high, and as we touched on a couple of times now, Sarah, it's all about mindset, not letting those shoulders slump, you know, just because it's a rainy day. You've done all this training, all this preparation, you're at Nationals, it's time to perform.
It's time to perform and take inspiration from a guy like Michael Sutton, who we thought, oh gosh, has he dropped off that top 3? But he never gave up. He was dogged. He was determined. So gritty. And he was rewarded not only with a national title, but a nearly 10-second PB. So 8 seconds, but I'm just going to round it up for effect. But all those guys showed that, hey, you can do great things. The weather is clearing. I think it's a cracker day. I've maybe inflated that a little bit. Not as good as yesterday, I can assure you. But there's no reason why you can't go out here and perform at your best. You know, in the javelin, we saw the likes of Alexa Duff set a great personal best. And it's just wonderful to see so many athletes from the under 16 grade right through to the open. And our para categories as well here in Dunedin. Out and around on the ground. And some people checking the results now. Just a note with, if you are checking your results on Athletic Live, which is a brilliant site, and that's where we are getting our live results from. Just with the personal best, sometimes you do have to cross-reference them. As Nick mentioned, the Athletics New Zealand ranking site, well up to date. Nick and I feel like we've been living between Athletic Live and the ranking site over the last few days in preparation for this competition. But some brilliant resources to support you in your viewing experience.
Certainly is. I can't be understated compared to some other sports which don't have these databases. We're very fortunate in track and field in this country to have ANZ rankings, Athletic Live, when it comes to not only getting these live times, but just to put it into context around from a historical perspective. How does this compare to races of previous eras, of which, as we were mentioning earlier, the likes of a national under 19 and 20 record in the 800 metres held by Lorraine Moller in 1974. That could potentially go today. I'm trying to manifest it. Sorry, Lorraine. With young Bo Ritchie come 5 o'clock in the senior 800 race. So yeah, kudos to all the work that's put into the ANZ rankings and Athletic Live pages in particular. If you are just tuning in out there on the YouTube coverage and you're wondering perhaps where our sprinters are at, or high jump sensation Hamish Kerr, or Tom Walsh is one of your favourites. We can tell you that we've got a fantastic program too as part of what we're dubbing anyway is Super Saturday tomorrow. Our coverage will begin at 3 o'clock. We've got 100-metre heats and 100-metre finals. Zoe Hobbs, Tian Welpton involved in those. Hamish Kerr, Eliza McCartney and Livy McTaggart in the women's pole vault. And no doubt a real ding-dong battle again, a renewed rivalry with Tom Walsh and Jacko Gill in the shot put circle. So those of our elite athletes who have represented New Zealand on the world stage. Great to see them back in our backyard and looking to show up and show out here at the National Championships.
Just going on in the background here is the women's under-16 long jump. That was Eden Moyle who just took that jump, which you may have seen, 5:35. Her best today is 5:38. She's had a busy afternoon. There's Eden Moyle. And we're in round 5 here at the under-16 long jump. The field of 14 has been whittled down to 8. And Casey Day is your current competition leader with 5:39. But get this, in second place is Jordan Viljoen of Auckland, who just jumped, and that was a foul, but she's also jumped 5:39. So Day is ahead of her Auckland teammate on countback because of that 5:34 jump. So in third is Eden Moyle. She's jumped 5:38. So we've got 1 centimetre separating the top 3 at this stage, with 1 round to go in this under-16 long jump. So an exciting last round here on this long jump runway right in front of the main stand here at the Caledonian ground.
Just glancing out the commentary caravan, and our roving reporter Dame Valerie Adams is now a temporary member of the podium presentation. She's just presented Tori Morby with her gold medal, 9th national title, and a warm embrace as well. So Dame Valerie Adams getting amongst the festivities. Fantastic to see. Hopefully by doing a favour there, we can get the thoughts of Tori Morby pretty shortly with Dame Val after her national title, having been presented the medal. But before we bring you that interview, the men's under-20 800-metre final, a field of 11, and worth noting too, Sarah, a lot of these runners will know each other well, would have raced against each other, but just to add a little spanner in the works, there's an Australian in our midst, in Taylor Goodwin, who's come across, and he's in lane 5 as well, so that might just spice things up a little bit more. But our full field there, Lucas Huya, Max Wildboar, Noah Lawson, Joe Martin, watch out for him. He's in very good form this summer. Taylor Goodwin, James Trathen, Jag Willers, Cooper Whiteman out of Canterbury as well is a name to follow. Felix Field, Connor McLean and Fletcher Van Heuven rounding out our field. It's young Joe Martin out of the Wellington Scottish Club. We got to see him a couple of weeks ago at the ITM at Ngāpurawai, 150.32. The senior boys New Zealand secondary schools champion from 2024. Putting pressure on the young fella, but feels like the man to beat.
A lot sitting around that 150 zone, so look for them to really utilise each other to break through that barrier today. And hopefully another PB fest.
Indeed. Well, let's go to Dame Val before that race. Looks like the boys are just still going through their final preparations. So let's go to Dame Val. Believe she's got Tori Morby.
I'm here with the winner of the senior women's javelin throw, Tori Morby. First of all, congratulations on getting married and becoming Mrs. Morby. talk us through today's competition.
Yeah, so it was nice to come back to Dunedin and compete in national championships. Hadn't been down here for a little while to throw, so really nice to come back to sort of the old stomping ground and throwing here at the Kelly. So yeah, awesome to just get out there, first comp of the season, dust off the cobwebs a little bit, had a bit of a slower start to the year, which has been actually really nice. Just with the pushback of World Champs this year, we're just starting things a little bit later, but it's nice to come out, awesome crowd, and yeah, get out there and have some throws with the girls. So really cool.
Awesome. So obviously with the weather being a little bit chillier than what we would like it to be, does this have a massive impact for you as a javelin thrower?
Yeah, I think for anyone, that's out there competing today, it's optimal to be warmer, rather than colder. But, plenty of layers, just like the good old days. You've got about 5 layers on and you can barely move. But now you get out there and get it done, so it's all good.
Awesome. And where to next for you?
Heading to Sydney next weekend for the Sydney Track Classic, and it'll be awesome to sort of get back in the mix with the girls over there and a few international throwers and yeah, sort of get back in the swing of things after the games.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, and we'll see you and looking forward to your next competitions coming up. Congratulations once again.
Awesome. Thanks, Val.
Thank you, Dame Val. Thank you, Tori Morby. Dame Val, TV professional, getting us back right on cue for the men's under 2800 metres. The left of shot there, Fletcher Van Heuven, Waikato Bay of Plenty. Bib number 764, you can see him just there, is Joe Martin, Wellingtonian. And Taylor Goodwin, all alone, the Australian, bib 276 in the all black, lane number 5. Final pre-race nerves, the anticipation. We're excited, everyone's excited. Really is a festival of 800 metre racing from here through until the next 20 minutes or so. But first up, it's the men's 800 under 20s. Hopefully we can get the clock there as well so we can see those times. And Van Heuven out in the far lane, Connor McLean, Cooper Whiteman with a strong start as well. They'll bunch up now, and Cooper Whiteman, the Cantabrian, will take the initiative. And up there at the front as well. And the green singlet is Noah Lawson out of Tasman, I believe. Might be Felix Field Taranaki. And 276, it's the Australian now, Taylor Goodwin, taking the initiative as we look at the time and the splits. And 57-second first lap.
Well, game on in this men's under 2800. We've got the Aussie out in front at this stage, but the Kiwis, with 300 to go, are right there.
Joe Martin in 4th position at the moment. Fletcher Van Heuven, Waikato Bay of Plenty second. Max Wildboy of Hawke's Bay Gisborne on his shoulder and going past now. Joe Martin loves a final kick around the home bend. But it's Max Wildboy who looks to have taken the lead. Taylor Goodwin, the Australian, in 2nd position. Here comes Joe Martin now, as he did at New Zealand secondary schools, as he did at the ITM. Goes 3 wide and kicks for home, Joe Martin, the Wellingtonian. He's opened up a buffer, and the Aucklander as well. Connor McLean looks to have come home in 2nd position, but it's all Joe Martin. That's his race strategy, and he's done it again.
Well, Joe Martin timed his run to perfection. A click over 152 there as we wait for the official time, but he raises his arms as he crosses the line. Nick, you talked about Joe Martin. He's had a great season, and for him to deliver when it mattered most to him, as we see the replay here coming down the home straight, looks around And the fast finishing Aucklander takes the silver, but it's all Joe Martin here in the under 20 men's 800.
Joe Martin, the time comes through 1:52.93. So had a little bit in reserve based on some of his 150 times recently. Had that time, as you mentioned, Sarah, to have a look over his right shoulder, make sure no one was nipping at his heels. It was a fast finish too from Conor McLean, who takes the silver at a time of 1:53.54. And will await who is the national bronze medalist, because, of course, our Australian athlete Taylor Goodwin is a third place finisher, but won't take a national bronze medal there. I believe it was James Tratton who was finishing fast out of the Pakuranga Athletic Club, and that time has just come through as well, 1:53.99. We spoke earlier, Sarah, about this depth in middle distance running, men and women, as things stand. And it's an exciting time, isn't it? We've got some real exciting young talent, a lot understandably made of Sam Ruth, but guys like your Joe Martins, your Conor McLeans as well, really exciting to see where they go in the next couple of years.
And when you see the likes of Sam Ruth, Sam Tanner, you know, the history of middle distance running in New Zealand, it creates a belief, and that's why it's really important that these guys see those Kiwis, you know, doing so well on the world stage, setting times which, you know, many people said, oh, you know, Sam Ruth, gosh, she ran the world's best for a 15-year-old. We were there at the international, at the Sir Graham Douglas.
Yeah.
You know, I think it creates a belief, a possibility, and makes it very real and attainable. Why not me?
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Martin's brother, Alex, I believe, over as part of the collegiate system himself, a middle distance runner of some pedigree too. So exciting times in the Martin household in particular, as Joe Martin goes from New Zealand secondary school senior boys champion to now under 20 champion over 800 metres. And being 17 years old, he can come have a crack at 26 as well. As we just see here, the starters in the women's under 20 800 going through their final preparations, just a little bit behind schedule, but they won't be too far away. Again, another fascinating race. This one, prospect here, Sarah, of a really close run thing. That's the start list for our senior final, which is in a little bit, a couple of races away. I believe still got the women's under 20s first. But this will be interesting. Young Sam Lascelles, the Cantabrian. She's got the fastest under 20 time so far in 2025, excluding Bo Ritchie. So the fastest time in this field, Bo Ritchie, to run in the senior race. And Holly Fawcett as well, the current, or last year's under 18 champion, now in the under 20 category. Those two competitors in lanes 5 and 6. And Poppy Healy as well, the Wellingtonian bronze in the under 18 category last year. She's got a 2:10.27 PB. But again, as we feel like we're a broken record in many ways, but it comes down to intent in this race and strategy, of course. But we're liking it when these competitors are going all guns blazing. It brings for some exciting action.
Yeah, it's awesome to see, you know, people stepping out, believing that anything's possible and that they've put themselves in a strong position to show up here to run their best on the day that for them is the pinnacle of the athletics season. This is the Jennian Holmes National Track and Field Championships. And it's great to see these young junior women in action shortly in their final of this 800 metres, 2 laps of the track. They'll need to be switched on straight from the get-go.
So the full field, Maya Potawera of Waikato Bay of Plenty in lane number 3. Poppy Healy in 4 of Wellington. Sam Lascelles, the Cantabrian, in 5. Holly Fawcett, Waikato Bay of Plenty in 6. Kate Perkins, Manawatu, Wanganui in 7. And Sophie Hancock, you see there on the left of your screen. Bib 699 in lane number 8. Sam Lascelles just skipping on the spot, getting ready to go. Had a PB at the Potts Classic 2:08.66 earlier this year. So arrives here at Ōtepoti Dunedin in arguably career best form.
And a good 200 PB at the ITM as well, which I think is great to see these middle distance runners, you know, showing up in races that are outside their preferred event.
Sam Lascelles, bronze last year as well in this very event. Looking to go 2 better. Holly Fawcett looking to do the double. Under 18 last year, under 20 this year. And they're underway to a clean start, and Sam Lascelles already up on the shoulder. And taking the lead, Sophie Hancock there on the right. Poppy Healy, Wellingtonian in 3rd position. And Holly Fawcett as they bunch up now in that 4th position. Maya Potawera a step back in 5th as Fawcett now gets through the traffic and into 2nd, but it's Sam Lascelles out in front. Coming around that home turn now. Tick over 50 seconds. And it's Sam Lascelles in front from Holly Fawcett. Poppy Healy in 3rd position. There's the bell. 62-63 first lap.
But it's all Sam Lascelles out the front as she comes into the back straight. 300 to go. As we see there, the work really starting to go, and the gap just widening there. Sam Lascelles out front.
Certainly is. Lascelles in a 10 or 15 metre advantage. Can she kick even further clear? Holly Fawcett still in 2nd position. About 200 metres to go. Sam Lascelles has a PB of 2:08.66. It's a real battle for 2nd as well between Holly Fawcett and it might be Sophie Hancock. It is in 3rd position, but Sam Lascelles is on course to taking out this women's under 20 in a time of, might be just bang on 2:10. Holly Fawcett hangs on for silver, and Sophie Hancock takes the bronze. Maya Potawera over in 4th. Poppy Healy in 5th, and Kate Perkins rounds out the field. But an impressive race from start to finish by that young lady there, the Cantabrian Sam Lascelles.
Well, front running for Sam Lascelles, and really put on a clinic there out there today at the Caledonian ground. Fawcett and also Hancock chasing hard. Hancock, she's had a busy afternoon. She was in action in the 400 metre hurdles earlier. As we wait the times, but Sam Lascelles, she got bronze, as Nick mentioned, in this event last year. And she is rewarded with a gold here in Dunedin and a time of 2:09.89.
And a big hug there from Angie Petty, who knows a thing or two about middle distance running. Big smile on her face. Holly Fawcett's time just through as well, 2:11.83. As our senior men take to the track now
Sophie Hancock home in third position, 2:12.69. If you're just tuning in and wondering, Bo Ritchie racing in the senior race, the 18-year-old, but Sam Lascelles taking home the gold in the under-20 800.
And I've got that's a good PB there for Sophie Hancock. Her previous personal best 2:14, so a 2-second PB there. So a brilliant running by Hancock to claim the bronze.
Time to introduce the field for the senior men's 800 metres. And in lane number 1, Josh Cameron out of Canterbury, Joshua Brown in lane number 2, also out of the Canterbury region. Plenty of Canterbury representation in this men's 800. Nicholas Alvarez, Ray Varag of Otago in 3. Ethan Smollett in 4. Costa Mills, the Wellingtonian, in lane number 5. Ollie Dunshay in 6. Pi Wynyard in 7. And just out of shot, I believe, is Matthew Bolter in lane number 8. One of our local competitors from the Otago region. It's in terms of PBs, not only there's a lot of Cantabrians, but a lot of Papua Nui Tok H representation as well. I think Ethan, Ollie and Pi, all club mates, so they'll know a thing or two about each other. But in terms of best PBs or quickest in the field, that belongs to Ethan Smollett, a 150.28. That was back in 2023, so it will be interesting to see what sort of form these men are in, having advanced from yesterday's preliminaries. But an interesting 800, certainly, with, of course, no Sam Tanner, no James Preston, just to name a couple. But a lot of Cantabrian representation. It's the Wellingtonian Costa Mills there in 3rd position at the minute. As we make the turn. And it is Josh Cameron setting the early pace, having started in lane number 1. And it's Canterbury 1, 2 and 4 as Ethan Smollett now takes the lead. First lap at around 55 seconds.
So the pace was hot. Josh Cameron set a personal best yesterday, and maybe he's pulled these guys through so that they can run hard. Ethan Smollett, they're going down the back straight. No Sam Tanner, no James Preston, but this allows for a new national champion. Will it be Ethan Smollett?
Well, it could be Costa Mills as well. He's currently there in 2nd position, hanging tough, but Ethan Smollett now digging deep, looking to open that gap that's really stretched out now between 1, 2 and then back to 3. But Ethan Smollett, as we hit 135 down the home straight, does an 800 metre senior national title beckon, or does Costa Mills have one final push? It doesn't appear to be the case. It's going to be Ethan Smollett, a national champion, takes a look over his shoulder, and at a time of around 152 gets the job done over Costa Mills. And Ollie Dunshay has come home in 3rd position, so it's a Canterbury 1 and 3 with the Wellingtonian Costa Mills separating the two Cantabrians. Josh Cameron, as you mentioned, Sarah, really set that pace in the first lap, but out of gas after a PB in the prelims. Ethan Smollett, as we take a look at the replay, a senior national champion.
Oh, Ethan Smollett, as soon as Cameron tucked aside, he really set this race to light and comes home to claim the national 800 metre title in a time of 152.62. Congratulations, Ethan. Costa Mills, the only North Islander in this final, 154.13 to get the silver medal. And Olivia Dunshay, 155.56 to claim bronze.
And that's a PB, I believe, for Ollie Dunshay. Oh, in fact, no, sorry. Always got to check those ANZ rankings notes. 152 is Ollie's PB. But nonetheless, a medal in the senior ranks for Ollie Dunshay, the 23-year-old out of the Papua Nui Tok H
club. Matthew Bolter there in 4th position. That is a PB, I'm happy to confirm. 1:56.33. Had a PB just yesterday in the prelims. 2 PBs in 2 races for Matthew Bolter. That is what you like to see. Pye Wynyard coming home in 5th position. But a new name for the men's 800 metre senior title, which must mean there's just one 800 metre race to go. Sarah Cowley-Ross pretty excited about this one and its potential with young Bo Ritchie in the field. But a really good assembly of middle distance runners too.
Yeah, it's not Bo's race. The race hasn't started. So look to Stella Peerless to take this race out hard. She loves going out, leading from the front. She's a talented runner, 2:04.95 at Potts, and a really good 400 metre runner as well, a 55-second PB over 400. She'll look to use that speed, in those final stages against Bo Ritchie, as we see the woman here on the start line in one of the highly anticipated races of the day.
Well, let's bring you the field in its totality. Ariana Candy in lane number 2. And then a trio of Aucklanders, Holly Rule in 3, Cameron Smart in 4, and Stella Peerless in 5. Bo Ritchie with bib number 723, you can just see there to the left of the graphic, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty in lane number 6. Bridget Dennehy out of North Harbour Bays in 7. And Rosa Twyford, Cantabrian in lane number 8. And we are underway. Who is going to take the initiative early? It looks like Bo Ritchie doesn't want to leave anything to chance. That's her out in front early. Cameron Smart on her left shoulder, as is Holly Rule. Rosa Twyford in 4th position. Stella Peerless dropping back to 5th for the time being, biding her time. Bridget Dennehy there as well, as Peerless now goes around the field up into 3rd. Bo Ritchie still in 1st, Smart and then Peerless.
So through 231, no one wanted to take that lead when they broke their lanes, but it's Bo Ritchie leading into the home straight for the first time. 500 to go in the women's 800 metres.
So let's look at that time to see the lap speed. You hear the bell shortly. It's going to be Bo Ritchie who brings them through with Stella Peerless, 1:03. Cameron Smart, Rosa Twyford, Bridget Dennehy and Holly Rule. Still in a tight bunch on this final lap. Who's going to make the first move here? As Ritchie has Peerless on her right shoulder. Just looks like she's starting to extend now, Bo Ritchie. 1:30. It is a tight affair. 6 runners. You could put a blanket over them. But here comes Ritchie now with a kick. Peerless trying to stay with her, as is Smart. Around the bend. Stella Peerless right on her side. Side by side, stride for stride. This is going to go down to the wire. Bo Ritchie looking to kick down the straight. Stella Peerless hanging on, starting to tire. Bo Ritchie finds something. 2:03, 2:04. Ritchie is going to be a senior 800 metre champion. Bo Ritchie holds off Stella Peerless. The time in around 2 minutes and 7 seconds. We'll wait for the official time. Cameron Smart has held on for 3rd. But how about that? She was under pressure and she delivered.
Well, Bo Ritchie, she absolutely delivered. No one wanted to take the lead. She said, I'll do it. Let's get on with it. Let's have a race. But it was tight throughout this whole 2-lap affair. Bo Ritchie, at 18 years old, 27 days, takes a senior national title in quite fine form. This is a name to watch for the future. She's had a brilliant season, but hats off to Stella Peerless as well, because that was a great run, and I believe Holly Rule got up for third as well over Cameron Smart, who's had a great season transitioning into the 800. But Bo Ritchie, time confirmed, 2:07.23 from Stella Peerless, 2:07.51.
Yeah, credit to Stella Peerless, who applied the pressure throughout on Bo Ritchie. Cameron Smart there.
Oh, I said Holly Rule, so I apologise. Cameron Smart.
Those Aucklanders, hard to separate those blue and white colours. It looks like they have come home in 2, 3 and 4. Cameron Smart, who went into this with in fact, there's been a correction. You were.
I was right. Great.
You were right.
My vision's good. Okay, we're good to go. Holly Rule did get that bronze medal coming up over Cameron Smart. So 2:07 there for Holly Rule. That's a personal best for her. Previous best 2:08.51.
And very close to a PB too. In fact, by my numbers here, a PB for Cameron Smart as well. Let's send it down to Dame Valerie, trackside.
I'm here with Ethan Smalley, winner of the senior men's 800 metres. Now, watch you come past that finish line with that big smile on your face. Talk us through that final stretch of the race.
It's just a huge weight off the shoulders. The last 100 of the 800 is always the toughest part. You just have to tell yourself to keep going until you get right past the line, but a huge relief off the shoulders across the line first, that's for sure.
Fantastic. So what is next for you on the cards?
The 1500 heats for the senior men's tomorrow. We've probably only got one more race left of the season though, after Nationals up in Auckland for an HCA meet, but yeah, we're in the tail end of the season now and it's been great.
Fantastic. So no rest for the wicked. Well, we'd like to wish you the best of luck for tomorrow and the rest of the season, and enjoy your break. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Ethan Smollier there with Dame Valerie Adams. And we do, of course, have a stack of relays that we will endeavour to bring you in the middle of what will be our focus, which will be on the field for the next wee while. Men's discus, men's triple, and the women's shot put, all coming up very soon. The men's discus full field there on the middle of your screen, featuring Paris Olympian Connor Bell. Really interesting to see what sort of form Connor brings. We haven't seen him, I believe, since Paris. Did he do Diamond League after Paris, Sarah? No, just quite a decent break for him, understandably. You put your heart and soul into an Olympic cycle, and he's reset now. No doubt he'll be looking ahead, the stepping stones, this being the first of the new Olympic cycle.
I can't wait to see what Connor puts out there today. You know, 68 metres 10 to set that national record last year. Significant, you know, jump up for him in terms of performance levels. You know, he's set 22 national records across age groups and senior men's throughout his career. But just remember, he's only 23 in a strength-based event. So really, hopefully we'll see him and have him around for many more years to come.
All the while, that lady there, speaking of Olympians, Maddie Weshi, silver at Paris with a 19.86. And like Connor, her first competition of the year 2025. She did compete at the Diamond League in Brussels as well, but first competition, I believe, since September. Again, really keen to see what sort of form Maddie Weshi is in early in her 2025 calendar year.
So we will hopefully have Dame Valerie back in the commentary booth.
The caravan, the van, the people mover, whatever you like to call it. But yeah, we might take this opportunity. Please excuse me, I've been blocked up all afternoon, so I'm going to step out. Dame Val is going to step in and talk us through some of the women's shot.
And I will introduce the full field here as we see Olympic silver medalist Maddie Weshi and Maddie Wilson. We've touched on her throughout the afternoon. She's been busy today. Kate Haley from Auckland, Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey, Natalia Rankin-Cheetah. Look to her. She'll be challenging for that silver medal. And rounding out the field is Renee Willis, the local from Otago. It's a pleasure now to welcome from the field into our cosy little commentary booth, Dame Valerie Adams. How's it looking out there?
Good afternoon. Hey, listen, it's a bit warmer, which is great. I think a lot of the athletes are going to appreciate that this afternoon. It was a bit cold and windy and rainy earlier on, so it's looking really, really good for a good afternoon meet for us.
It's settled, hasn't it? Now talk to us about, the shot circles and discus while it's going on at the other end of the ground. The, I guess, challenge of a wet circle.
There are lots of challenges, and I think one thing is for sure is that as throwers or jumpers or sprinters, maybe or maybe not, you tend to carry 2 pairs of shoes with 2 different soles on it, which can manage the circle. It also depends whether the circle's acid wash, if the surface itself is done in a way where it's going to be okay during the rain, or if it's going to be too slippery or too fast. But at the end of the day, it's all really a personal preference. For myself, I carried 1 pair of shoes, and I just managed it for all circles and didn't really matter, where for others it would be a major issue, especially if you're a rotational shot putter.
So in terms of the 2 different pairs, talk to us the difference that would be between the 2.
I guess in simple terms, one is faster, the other one's slower. One of them is made out of rubber, the other one's more of a plastic material. I use the plastic material because as a glider I had more control over the movement. I didn't slip as much, where as a rotational shot putter they'll probably tend more to go with the rubbery sole, only because you get a bit more grip, especially when it is raining. If people saw the competition in Paris last year, quite a few throwers slipped and quite badly in fact, and Tom Walsh himself fell over last year, which wasn't great, but unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
So as we build into this women's shot put final, at the other end of the ground we do have the senior men's discus final. You've thrown a few discuses in your time as well.
Yes, I have. I have broken the under-18 discus record, which belonged to our superstar Beatrice Famoina. And, discus was a very fun event for me. I didn't really train for it. I just kind of found myself as a power athlete as opposed to like a discusy type of chick.
So I believe that was Hector O'Rourke, who is not going to have that throw measured, but we are in round 1 at the men's discus. Connor Bell has had his first throw. He threw 60.06. So a reminder, his personal best is 68.18. We're seeing him for the first time in 2025. But as a young athlete, he had used to coach him, didn't you?
I did used to coach him for about a year or so as he was transitioning and finding out, where he was going. Pleasure to coach him. He was a very great young man, quite young when I worked with him, but it's been awesome seeing him grow and flourish. He has slimmed down a lot this season, and I just really interested to see what the reasoning is behind it. But as a discus thrower, they're normally built over 2 meters tall, 120 kilos, and all the rest of it. But hey, you got to do what works for you, and this might be it.
This is Kieran Fowler. He was the silver medalist last year and set a personal best the other week at the international track meet. Local hero. He's doing a lot of coaching down here in Dunedin. His personal best of 54.75 set at the ITM just a couple of weeks ago.
Kieran Fowler is a veteran by the scheme of things, really. I mean, he has been competing with us for a little while himself.
35. Good, great to see.
Oh, Maddie's up here. I think this is the first round. It'll be good. This is her first outing of the season, so it'll be really interesting to see what she finishes with today. That first throw was a foul, so there'll be more to come from the shot circle with Maddie. Up next is Maddie Wilson from Christchurch. She is a heptathlete, and shot is obviously one of the disciplines with the heptathlon event. She is obviously doing the glide movement, a bit slow across the circle. I'm sure this will be a good start for her to build into the next couple of rounds, just to get a bit more dynamic across the circle and get that shot flying.
So if you were her coach, what's one thing you'd say to her?
Stay low across the circle.
There
She's
you
a
go.
little upright for my
There
liking.
you go. There you go. She's very tall. You competed here a lot over the years.
Yes, I have, actually, and every time the weather has been too kind to us, but a great circle and a great atmosphere to be a part of, that's for sure.
This is Kate Haley of Auckland.
The most interesting about the shot put, more and more girls are getting into rotational shot putting. It used to be just something in the US, but now more and more girls from around the world are trying it out.
Why is that?
They're just following everybody else. Nobody was as special as I was, you know. No, I there's a lot of science around it with research, that it is, the length of the throw is a lot longer with the rotational, but I still believe that there are some athletes who are built to be gliders and other athletes who are built to be rotational shot putters.
What about the sort of switch technique?
Oh, yeah, that's a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that effective, but hey, you got to do what works.
So, speaking of multi-eventers, at the other end of the ground, we've got Max Atwell of Canterbury, who is in action at the discus. And he will be the final competitor in this first round. So
he's also a decathlete, isn't he?
He is.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
he is.
These Cantabrians with all their decathletes. Now, this thrower is doing the standing throw. She is from Canterbury, Kirsty McCarthy Dempsey. Nobody really does just a standing throw at international level, but she might be starting out in the sport, and it's awesome to see more and more throwers getting into it.
So Angus Liver there. Their multi-eventers are busy. Another decathlete. Gosh, I can remember doing a shot put nationals down here. I think it was 2:10, and I'd done the high jump as a heptathlete myself, and I had to run between the high jump and the shot put. Goodness me. Don't miss those shoe changes, I can tell you.
Oh, I bet. Do you remember telling the air hostess that you were a shot putter one day so you can get a shot put through the customs? Yes, I did hear that story.
I think I said I was you, actually.
Yes,
she believed me. So
you did.
Thanks very much for that in New Zealand. But here's Natalia Rankin-Cheetah in action at the women's shot put.
Oh. Natalia's under the care of John Eden, who is her coach out in Bruce Pullman Park. Bit flat in that throw, probably just low, just probably a bit too high across the circle, and it's opened up a bit early. But again, first round is always very niggly for a lot of these athletes, trying to get into their groove. They're a bit nervous. Some of the athletes out there, probably first timers here at nationals, but this will just get them going for second, third, and fourth right into the sixth round.
This is Hector O'Rourke of Southland, senior men's discus. They had a foul in the first round. He'll want to get one in here. So we go back to the women's shot put. Renee Willis of Otago.
Not a bad throw by Renee Willis, probably just fell off that delivery at the very end, but she'll be happy to get one in there.
So what do you mean by fell off the delivery?
So her body kind of went across to the left-hand side, and then the shot kind of drifted out to the right-hand side. So what you want to do is try and stay aligned as much as possible to get your body and your full centre of gravity behind the shot as opposed to in front of the shot.
So here we have it. We'll go back to Maddie Weshi. In the background, we have the first of a series of 4x400 metre relays, under 16. Here she is, the Olympic silver medalist in Paris.
She's come a long way, Maddie. I was at the competition in Paris last year, and it was amazing to see that all unfold, and she kept her cool the whole time, which was fantastic. Here she goes.
So Weshi, round 2, she had a foul in round 1. But what will she produce for round 2?
Oh, another foul?
Not happy with it. Or she's stepping out the front. So we will find out more about that. Here's Maddie Wilson.
Yeah, that was a little bit better by Maddie. Definitely a lot higher in the delivery. She definitely got behind that a bit better. If I had it my way, I'd get her grip, be a little bit more dynamic across the circle. But that's just me, guys. A little bit pedantic on that. Love seeing her perform and progress over the years, especially in the event of heptathlon. Your specialty, madam. What is her, I guess, best event for Madison?
She is an outstanding high jumper and just jumped 6.19 this morning. Here's Connor Bell, round 2, senior men's discus. Let's see what he can do. First time in action over 2025. And that's the flag colour that you don't want to see.
That's a red flag, and it'll be interesting to see whether he did step out or deliberately, or it was a foot foul. Pretty interesting to see that this is his first competition, especially here at Nationals. With Tokyo World Champs being later on in the year, I know that a lot of athletes are starting the season a bit later as well, because it does become quite a long season for them.
So that's quite a change to the international program. Now you're on the executive board of World Athletics as your role as chair of the World Athletics Athletes Commission. That's a change. What's the reason behind it?
It's basically working with the local organising committee, Japan, and their season. Also for us, it's going to be a little bit cooler in September than putting it back like crack of dawn in August. As we all discovered in Tokyo during the Olympics, it was horrendous, the heat was. Where this time just gives them an opportunity to have the weather a little bit cooler for better performances and better for the athletes all round.
It's Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey. This is round 2 of the senior women's shot put here at the Jennian Homes National Track and Field Championships. Natalia Rankin-Cheetah.
Natalia has performed at juniors level and has been around for a little while now. Quite an avid competitor in the sport, both in discus and shot put. So it'll be interesting to see what she does next. I don't think she would be too happy with that first round throw. Let's see what she can do this time. Let's go, Natalia. A little bit better by Natalia. Definitely she would want to keep that throw. Quite hard to tell how far it is from this angle, but we'll just wait and see. Over 15, I'm guessing, will be a massive improvement from her first round.
So what advice would you give her for round 3?
Keep working on that particular throw, because it is a massive improvement from the first one. What you don't want to do is overcomplicate things when the athletes are competing. You want to give 1 or 2 pointers and then let them figure out the rest.
What was that like for you, transitioning as a coach? Because I just can't imagine it personally. Not only were you coaching your sister and many other athletes, Paralympic champion, but how hard is it to not want to be like, no. Do this?
It does become very difficult, but you soon realise actually how do you want to be coached? What would the information look like coming to you? So I try to take that on board, and I think I was actually quite kind as a coach, fair but firm at the same time. I'd like to describe it, but ask the athletes, I guess.
Well, we'll let the jury come back to us on that one. Renee Willis of Otago. Great to see so many Otago athletes throughout this championship. She had a round 1 of 10.45. She'll be wanting to improve. Here's one of her teammates, Kieran Fowler. Told me he's coaching over 20 athletes a couple of weeks ago at the ITM when he set his new personal best. But he needs a mark here.
Not bad at all. As you said, coaching 20 athletes, athletics is certainly the sport of love. You do it for love and charity and service to others. You know that, I know that. Total volunteer sport, but we do it because we love it.
Yeah, and shout out to the coaches actually, because we've talked about the officials, but there's and I've looked around the ground today and there's coaches here. Dave Norris is attending his 70th national championships. That is unbelievable. Former Olympian and senior triple jump record holder, who's done so much for the sport, but there's many more like Dave and his lovely wife Lee. Let's go to Maddie, where she, Olympic silver medalist. What can she do here?
Oh, that is a foul outside the sector. This is her first outing of the season. Dusting off the cobwebs is always quite a difficult thing to do. She will get another 3 throws because there are only 6 competitors in the women's shot put. But after this, obviously her target is to go to Nanjing for the World Indoor Championships in China, which is happening towards the end of the month. So it'll be interesting to see what competition she does next. But as far as I know, this is it. So
she needs a qualifying standard.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, she absolutely does. So she has 3 more rounds to do that, and I'm pretty sure that we will get there and see some big throws from Maddie. Maddie Wilson from Canterbury again. She has a best throw of 12 metres 05 in round 2. I'm not sure if that was an improvement or not. Again, very hard to tell from our angle here in our little studio, which is pretty much a van, guys.
So that doesn't quite look like an improvement there for Maddie Wilson. So 11.70, but she had a busy day, Maddie Wilson. PB in the long jump this morning to take the national title in the javelin competition. Here's a man as well who knows about that, multi-eventer Max Atwell. He was the national champion in the decathlon, won multiple medals at these championships over many years. Has a personal best in the decathlon of over 7,700. He's got a 43.62 personal best in the discus, so he will be looking to improve that. He doesn't, unfortunately, for Max, so 38.20. And next up in the senior men's discus is another decathlete, Angus Liver, who won the 200 last year. So you can see the versatility of some of these multi-eventers.
Just so multi-talented, aren't they? I mean, if they're not good at one thing, they might as well be good at everything.
Well, they're indecisive. That's Angus Liver there. So as it stands right now, we've got the men's discus happening at one end of the Caledonian, and at the top bend we've got the women's shot put. I'll bring you an update from the men's triple jump shortly, because that is soon to be underway. We've got a field of 12 there featuring World Junior Champion Ethan Olivier and Paris Olympian. So buckle in, because we'll be getting round between these field events on this finals Friday. Here's Hector O'Rourke of Southland. So unfortunate for Hector there. That's his 3rd foul. So with 10 in this field, he will unfortunately not progress to the top 8, who will get 3 more throws. As we go back to the women's shot put.
We have Renee Willis in the circle, ready for round number 3. Renee Willis last round was 10 metres 15. She has a PB of 11 metres 34, so she'll be looking to improve on the last round, if not PB.
Here we go, final changeover in the 4x400 under 16 final.
Again, a wonderful, better afternoon here for all the competitors. That was better throw from Renee Willis of 11 metres 02 for round 4. Round 4. Apologies, that was round 3. That was the third round for Renee Willis. So next up to throw is Kirsty McCarthy.
So some of you might be following our coverage as well in conjunction with multiple servers up the live results feed, which is run through Athletics Net. So just keep in mind, if you are doing that, that some of the personal bests haven't quite updated. So then open another tab, go to the Athletics New Zealand ranking site, and that is also a brilliant resource. But the Athletics Net is providing us with a lot of information. We're very grateful to whoever created that. So right now we've got the men's discus, including Olympian Connor Bell. We're in round 3 there. We've got the senior men's triple jump. They're currently in round 1, and we've got the senior women's shot put featuring silver medalist Madison Lee Weshi. So the officials will be rejigging the order for the final 3 throws. So you attended, many national championships. Did you get nervous for nationals?
Always, only because it was an opportunity to compete at home. It was an opportunity to be able to showcase what we did here at a home setting, and also, for us athletes living overseas and competing overseas, they don't get an opportunity to see us compete. So I always got nervous, and I always enjoyed competing in New Zealand, because it became a rare occasion actually as we got higher and higher up the ranks internationally.
Where was your favourite place to compete in New Zealand?
To be honest, like Canterbury at Kiwi 2. That was one of my favourite stadiums until, sadly, it was damaged. But I really enjoyed competing there. It was such a good stadium.
So also in action, as I mentioned, we have one of the feature field event finals here. This is the senior men's triple jump. It's Toby Martin getting his jump measured, and we will keep across this event, of course, featuring Ethan Olivier, World Junior Champion in 2024, Paris Olympian, and certainly a talent based over in South Africa, but home for the summer in New Zealand, coached by his father, and it's wonderful to have them here.
Yeah, but also a finalist for the Emerging Talent at the Halberg Awards, may I just mention. So an amazing achievement for a young man who has a very, very bright future in the sport and the event.
It's Ed Leong of Auckland. Couldn't quite get his rhythm there.
You dabbled in a bit of a triple jump yourself for the World Masters Championships, didn't you?
You came watched.
I did. Oh,
here we go. Maddie Weshi, round 4. Senior women's shot put. What can she do? She's had 3 fouls. There's a bit of pressure on her, but she seems to love pressure, doesn't she?
She does seem to love pressure, but I'm not quite sure if 3 fouls is it. But she gets one on the board of 17 metres 81 in round 4, so she'll be happy with that to kind of get something rolling now, because she's got 2 more rounds to improve on that throw.
There's Kirsty McCarthy Dempsey. Sorry, she's had a best today of 10.74. So that is in and around that mark.
She has a PB of 12 metres 45, so she's a wee way off that PB. But round 4, she is sitting at 6th place at the moment.
Representing Canterbury. First place and gold
So we're switching around between the men's discus, we've got the women's shot put and the men's triple jump. Our team out in the field doing a great job here at the Caledonian ground.
Up next in the men's discus throw is Kieran Fowler. Coming up for round number 3, he'll be looking to try and improve his PB. His last throw was 50 metres 39, so this is a home competition for him. Home advantage is always pretty good. Let's see what he could do.
What do you think about that?
I don't think he'll be too happy with that throw, personally. He was trimming the grass as he was releasing that discus, so I think the tough thing sometimes with a live feed like this is hard to get the slow-mo to kind of see the technical aspect of it, but a blink of an eye, I think he released it and kind of opened up a little bit too early in the throw.
Well, explain to people what trimming the grass is.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not out there mowing the grass,
No,
is he?
He's not mowing the grass, but if you see the discus kind of goes down onto the grass area and kind of skims across the grass as opposed to flying up in the air like a saucer or no.
Yeah, flying saucer.
Flying saucer or something like that. Obviously, he didn't put his power and angle of delivery quite the way he may have wanted. Now, up in the women's shot next, we have Kate Halley. Yep, from Auckland. Last round was 12 metres 85. She has a best of 13.59 in round 1. She'll want to improve on that. She has a PB. Oh, she actually PR'd in the first round. Excuse me. Great competition for her so far. Oh, that's another. Oh, that's a very good throw by the looks of things. Let's see what she comes up with in this round. Kate Halley from Auckland. First round throw of 13 metres 59. Let's see what she comes up with in the 4th round.
This is the precious indicator board. An important job in an athletics meet, isn't it?
It is. 12 metres 64 for Kate Halley. We have up next is Natalia.
So talk to us about the mentality of a shot put competition, because you've got 6 throws, right? Mm-hmm. And so is there one you particularly want to target, or how did you approach it?
First throw, put the pressure on the other throwers. I was pretty much a no-nonsense athlete and thrower. I pretty much wanted to go in there and then smash out of the park and then and then sit back and kind of relax, but take my time to improve on my throws along the way. So that was my tactic. That worked for me. That looked like a better throw from Natalia. She definitely got behind that throw a bit better. Natalia, again, secondary school champs, age group champ over the years, and it's good for her to come up against the likes of Maddie and, compete together. I think women's shot putters these days are probably a bit more friendlier towards each other than when I was competing, especially during the competition. After the competition, everybody's quite friendly, but during the competition, probably not so much.
You didn't really talk too much, did you?
No. I had a game face on that nobody really wanted to see. But up next here, we have Madison Lee-Weshi in round 5. Should want to improve on her throw of 17.81 in round 4. So about the same distance, maybe. Again, this is her first competition of the season, needing to qualify for the Nanjing World Indoor Championships, which is taking place towards the end of March. I'll be attending those World Championships. I'll be looking forward to watching our New Zealand athletes compete. As far as I know, this is her. Okay, we have 18 metres 49, a improvement for Madison Lee-Weshi in round 5. Should be happy with that. I'm looking forward to finishing off strong in round 6. So we're back with Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey for her 6th and final round.
So Kirsty McCarthy Dempsey of Canterbury. She takes her 5th round throw. Well, we're usually used to seeing Maddie come last when the reverse order, because she had 3 throws, she's actually starting the competition, or starting the round in this senior women's final. She's got the shades on.
She has got the shades on. It's her signature.
That's her signature move, isn't it?
It is a signature move, and it would be probably a bit odd for her being the first thrower of the final 3 rounds here in New Zealand.
Yes.
Because, you know, she's always leading the comp and all the rest of it. But hey, that's sometimes the way things are, and she's staying cool, making sure that she finishes this competition strong. Up next we have Renee Willis of Otago in her 6th and final round. Best throw so far of... Oh, this is her 5th round. I apologise, I can't even see. Apologise, I'm getting mixed up only because Madison Lee Weshi is starting the competition.
It's okay. We're all good here.
Sorry.
This is all good. This is how we just roll with it. So right now we've got a number of field events going on. We've got the senior men's discus featuring Connor Bell. He's throwing 60 metres in round 1. They will change the order round for the last 3 throws there. An update on the senior men's triple jump. They're currently in round 2. Just to note, Valerie Olivier did not start. He's been injured, unfortunately, lately, not wanting to take the risk, but his brother is leading the competition. And of course, we've got these powerhouses, including this woman here, Natalia Rankin-Cheetah. This is round 5. Sitting next to me is Dame Valerie Adams. She knows a thing or two about shot put. 2-time Olympic champion, Olympic silver medalist, Olympic bronze medalist. What was the favourite?
My bronze medal. Definitely the bronze medal.
Why is that?
Bronze medal, mama of 2, COVID. So many obstacles that we had to, and hoops we had to jump through. But here we go, the men's triple jump. We have Leon Roger from Wellington coming through for his 2nd jump.
And just chopped a little bit into the board there, couldn't quite get that away. So that will be marked as a foul as we go now to round 6. Madison Lee Weshi, senior women's shot put. What can the Olympic silver medalist do in her first outing of 2025? She's had a best today of 18:49. Will she improve on that? As she packs the shades away.
She does pack the shade away, and we can say that 18:49 would be a qualifier for World Indoors, which is fantastic. 18:38, she finishes the competition in 1st place, once again with a best of 18 metres 49.
So congratulations to Maddie. The competition is not done.
No.
But wonderful that she's got that World Indoors qualifier, as we see now on our coverage for the first time. Ethan Olivier gets the crowd going, charges down the runway. And couldn't quite get through that transition from the hop into the jump. It will still be a recorded jump, but not quite up to the standard we saw earlier in the season. He did have to pull out of a couple of meets, the Sir Graham Douglas, because of a slight injury. But it's wonderful that he's been able to start here today. He had a best of 15.97 in round 1. Couldn't quite execute in the way he normally does.
What is what is one point that you could, I guess, give him just viewing that last throw, that last jump?
I think just hold strong in those positions and just really keep committing to squeeze out that last phase of the jump.
Squeeze out that last
Squeeze
phase.
it out.
Squeeze it out, guys. Now here's our next thrower who wants to squeeze something big out. Let's see what Angus
Liver of Canterbury, the decathlete. He's currently sitting in 6th in the senior men's decathlon. This is round 4. We've lost Atwill and O'Rourke, who haven't made the top 8. And we'll be doing our best to bring you Connor Bell, Paris Olympian, former Youth Olympic Games gold medalist and Commonwealth Youth gold medalist. At just 23, he's already set 22 national records across age groups and senior men. And he's a real talent. Here's another former multi-eventer, Jared Neighbours. And Valerie Adams, I know you've got some feedback on that one.
It just looked like he bowled that discus. He didn't actually work his way through that throw or committing to that throw from the very start. Again, sometimes it's easy to do, and then if you're not committed, it's just going to go. You're just going to have to let it go, right? So he still records a throw of 46 metres 06, which, you know, tells you there's so much more potential there for Jared Neighbour. Next up, we have Jade Zaya in the men's discus in round 4, best throw of 48 metres 81. He comes from the top of the country, Northland.
So I remember when you were a junior and used to do shot put. You did do shot put for a long time. Discus and hammer throw.
Yes, I was a hammer thrower.
So can you remember the last time you competed at national championships in discus?
I was under 20.
Under 20?
Yes, but I was a 17-year-old.
At 6'10".
Yes, that's the one. I really enjoyed doing all the other events, and that's one thing I encourage, especially for those young athletes, to actually try and do as many events as you can. Don't stick to one. Have fun doing the other events, because, you know, once you're done with yours, you can kind of just, you know, just have a bit of fun, smile, and just
enjoy it.
You're
outside.
And the sunshine in most places except for here in Dunedin, but that's okay.
No, the sun's out actually. The sun's out.
Oh, blue sky. I can see
sky.
a bit of blue sky up there.
Now your kids are doing athletics.
Yep.
Are they enjoying it?
They are loving it. They don't win anything, but they have the biggest smiles out there, which for me brings me so much joy. So, you know, they're out there in Pakuranga. I'm a patron at Pakuranga Athletics Club, so I kind of like it's probably a have-to situation, but they absolutely enjoy it. We have Nathaniel Sulupo from Samoa. Nathaniel is, we've got a bit of fist pumping going on here. Nathaniel trains under Shaka Solar with the Solar Power Throwing Crew down in Wellington. They do an amazing job down there, hosting a numerous number of events, bringing down so many junior athletes, you know, through the ranks. Shaka himself has competed in a few Olympic Games, World Championships, so it's just awesome to see them progress. And I know Nathaniel has made a lot of choices and made a lot of changes in his own program, because he really wants to take this on to a new level, really, at a high performance level for himself, with major goals of going to Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games and World Championships to compete for Samoa.
That's cool, isn't it?
It is. You must be proud, being a fellow Samoan yourself.
Oh yeah, Famalosi. So, you know, I actually saw Shaka throw the discus at the Capital Classic this year, so he's not done yet, and it's wonderful to have, you know, there's a few, we talked earlier about, you know, stalwarts of this sport and characters, I guess. Shaka Solar is definitely one of those, but he's doing great things in the community as well. So that throw by Nathaniel, 52.59. So we have a change in the top 3 here, with Kieran Fowler going to 3rd now. But just while we take a minute here in this discus, We've got our man on the ground. We've sent him out. Nick Bewley is standing by trackside with one of our athletes.
Bo Ritchie, senior women's 800 metre title. How does that sound?
Really good. Yeah, definitely to hear it. It sounds a little bit crazy, but yeah, very exciting.
I know it was the best part of an hour ago now, and you've also just run the under-20 relay, but talk us through your memories of the race, because it felt like Stella was right on your shoulder there too.
Yeah, no, definitely. She made it honest to the end. The last 200 definitely pushed me along, but just kind of going out there and see what I could do as I kind of am running up a bit. So it was just exciting, and I kind of wanted to go out there and see how I could do, but yeah.
Felt like you had to take the initiative as well. No one really wanted the lead early.
Yeah, no, it was good though. Such a great group of women and just really exciting times. Like everyone bringing each other up, and yeah, just cool.
You just turned 18 last month as well. Pretty exciting to be a senior champion at that age.
Yeah, no, it is definitely.
So what's ahead?
So in April, I'm going over pretty soon, going over to America, and we'll compete in some pretty prestigious meets there. So I'm very excited for that, and then hopefully I can get into one of those Aussie Classic meets. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on today. Fantastic effort, and really excited to see you progress through the ranks. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. That's Bo Ritchie, our senior women's 800 metre champion. A brilliant race there this afternoon to claim gold. Just 18 and a big future ahead of her. Speaking of big futures, this man here, Connor Bell, round 4, senior men's discus. What can he do? So he's had a best today of 60 metres 06. The Paris Olympian. Here's Bell, winds up, and he has sent that one. That looks like it's over the 60 metre mark there for Connor Bell, coached by Kirsten Hallier. And set a brilliant national record last year, 68.10 in the States. And I believe he's going back to the States in a few weeks, or certainly in the near distant future, to chase some good wins. So 60.73 there for Connor Bell, and an improvement there as he goes over to the fence line to talk to Kirsten Hallier there. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you.
Ritchie, she looked happy.
Oh, she's been a busy lady. Of course, she just ran the under 20 4x400 relay as well. So, yeah, he had that. He had the senior 800, which was fantastic and great to hear. She's heading over to the States as part of a young age group New Zealand selection. They're off to California. So look,
Life's good.
Life's pretty good when you're Bo Ritchie. You just turned 18. You're a senior champion. You're running these awesome times. So, yeah, very exciting prospect. If not even a prospect, that she's the now and the future.
Yeah, she's the real deal. I saw her in the supermarket last night, actually, and I said, oh, so what are you going to run? What are you going to run the first lap in? And she was just keeping it tight, but she was just really looking forward to racing. I love that she races, and, you know, credit to her coach, Angela Russick, who's doing a fine job in managing a young, talented athlete. As we go back to the senior men's discus, here's Joden Pratton of Canterbury.
It was good while I was out of the commentary caravan too, Sarah, to get a bit of a vibe check of how things are.
Fill me in.
The Caledonia ground, it's a hive of activity, particularly along that grandstand side. So, of course, we've got the discus down this right end. We've got the triple jump in the middle. We've got relays. We just had the women's shot put down at the northern end. And, you know, Ethan Olivier, for example, was really racking up the grandstand. So it was just a really cool experience. And with these relays as well, there's a lot of encouragement, cheering. So it's a great place to be, and that is going to extend through to the weekend. We've got so much more to come here at the Jennian Homes Track and Field Nationals.
it is the place to be. And while we have seen the relay runners go round in the back, we are conscious we are focusing on the field events, but we might be able to bring you some of the senior finals later on, the 4x1s in particular for the senior women and senior men. They're set to go after 6 o'clock, but it's all go in the discus. That's Angus Liver, who we've seen a few times here already this afternoon. He's had a best today of 43.30, so we're into round 5 in the men's discus. The women's shot put has officially concluded with our national champion Madison Weshi, as we see another relay going on in the background.
Yeah, they're coming thick and fast at the moment, and I believe this is the 4x100 under 18 men. So we've got Canterbury, Wellington, Auckland, Otago and Canterbury B. And this is a close run thing. Wellington, Luke Jarvis trying to bring it home at Canterbury on the inside with Ethan Hull. And Auckland too with Wellington, hold on. Luke Jarvis, the final leg. So they take out the men's 4x100 under 18 relay.
It's like Noah King had a great storming leg for Auckland. I just want to acknowledge Diane Craddock, one of the officials here, who's been giving these relay sheets and updating them as teams change and final orders get altered. So we'll go here, men's discus.
Just an update too in the men's triple as well, while I was doing a bit of a recce of the Caledonian ground. No Valerie Olivier this afternoon. It didn't start, unfortunately, but Ethan, the younger brother and of course world under-20 champion, really encouraging first up, 15.97. So look, he's looking the goods and trying to get over 16. Of course, the PB there, which is the national record too, 17.01. So not long after the Olympics. Was that at under 20s? I'm just trying to rack my brain. It was in Lima. Yep.
He equalled his national record and personal best at Lima to take the World Junior title. So to do your personal best when it matters most is just brilliant.
Brilliant indeed. Let's go back to Dame Valerie now, trackside.
I'm here with Madison Lee Weshi from Auckland, who won the senior women's shot put event today. How was that competition out there?
It was a little bit shaky, you know, first competition back since the Diamond League finals in September. So just kind of shaken out before I head over to China for World Indoors.
Awesome. So 4 no throws to start off with, and to be honest, I messed up a little bit on the live stream because I was like, this is the first round, last round. Because it's not normal that you are starting a round in round 4 really. So this is your first outing of the season. Was that planned always, and what is up next for you?
It was always planned to kind of take it easy through the New Zealand domestic season and just to see what training produced in this competition today. And I just wanted to have a little bit of fun, see what training kind of produced, and yeah, on to the next one.
Oh, fantastic. And quite a late season for us, with World Championships being in September in Tokyo. What does that build-up look like, and will you be based here in New Zealand or heading overseas?
Based in New Zealand. It's exciting that the last competition is World Champ, so a little bit of a break afterwards, not chasing all the competitions after. So yeah, I'm just excited to be based in New Zealand. Family's coming over to a lot of the comps this year, so to have that familiarness with me when I compete is, I think, a huge help for everything.
Well, awesome. Well, we'd like to wish you the best of luck, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the season has for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shot put royalty there, Dame Valerie Adams, Madison Lee Weshi. As we take a wide look at the Caledonian ground here at Ōtepoti, Dunedin. Just had Ethan Olivier on the runway, attempt number 3, the men's triple jump, 15.93, so just 4 centimetres shy of his best, out in front as expected in the men's triple jump. As we send it back to the men's discus, Nathaniel Salupo currently in second position
This is 5th and penultimate attempt at the men's discus, 52.59, the best so far. And out to the right of the sector, and won't be an improvement for Nathaniel Salupu, currently in the second silver medal position in second, which means we will have Connor Bell up very shortly. Kieran Fowler, in fact, next. He's currently in the bronze medal position, 51.76. Connor Bell, his last attempt is best, 60.73. Just gone 6 o'clock here in Dunedin. We do have senior 4x100 metre relay finals. Might be able to bring you, fingers crossed, all going well. As we take a look at Kieran Fowler here, this will be attempt number 5. Currently in 3rd position, the 36-year-old, 5-time medalist at Nationals. And how's this in terms of perseverance, 36 years of age and a PB just a couple of weeks ago at the ITM. Fantastic to see for Kieran as he sends it out towards the middle of the sector. And I tell you what, that'll be close to an improvement for Kieran Fowler. There's a best of 51.76 so far. Might be, in actual fact, it's a foul, so he perhaps felt it was not going to be an improvement. And he'll remain in 3rd. So it's just Connor Bell to come out in this 5th and penultimate round in the men's discus, looking to improve on 60.73.
So Kieran Fowler will have to improve to get back into that silver medal position. But we have on the track 4x100 metre. We'll hopefully come to that, but in the meantime, for his 5th round throw is Connor Bell. Found his rhythm in round 4. And he is just polishing up that discus. And entering the circle, ready to load and launch.
Go for Connor Bell. Up. Just looked a little bit too high. Didn't quite have that angle, that ideal angle. We will have a look. It won't be near his best of 60.73. And he acknowledges that and steps out of the circle. But looks on course, Sarah, for what would be national title, or senior national title number 5.
So first title in 2021 as a senior men, but has won 12 championship medals in his career so far. Let's see now, the day has certainly cleared, and a great atmosphere building. Well, that has built.
Yeah.
Actually, over this lovely afternoon in Otepoti, Dunedin.
And the sun did creep out.
It did. I saw it.
It said g'day. It said this is the Dunner Stunner I've heard of momentarily, and then it disappeared.
That's all right. That's all right.
Back tomorrow.
Vibes are high, and we are into this under 18 women's 4x100 relay. Looks like Auckland out the front. That's Jackie Nazrabi. She'll change to Kendra Skelly, and the other teams will find it hard to catch this woman. We've got French Polynesia and Manawatu Whanganui chasing, but it's all Auckland, followed by Manawatu Whanganui and French Polynesia getting up for the bronze. But great to see all these athletes out here in this under-18 4x100 metre relay. The team from Auckland, Sienna Moyle, Madison Early, Jackie Nazarabadi and Kendra Skelly. Their time 48.34 to Manawatu Whanganui 49.68. And French Polynesia, wonderful to have our visitors here from the Pacific, 50.22 to claim the bronze. But Canterbury will also get a bronze medal as the third New Zealand team over the line. 50.59 for the Cantabs. Wonderful to be able to bring you that relay this afternoon.
So we turn back to the discus. That looks like Angus Liver is what will be his final attempt. One of our decathletes. Good to hear from Connor at the conclusion of this men's discus as well, having been so long between competitions and starting off here at Nationals before heading back overseas. See, relatively happy, I suppose, in terms of the consistency. Sarah, 59, a 60.06, a 67.3. Relatively happy, you would think.
Well,
you never quite know. It depends on the athlete, doesn't it?
Well, I actually remember interviewing Connor Bell last year at the National Track and Field Championships in Wellington, and my goodness, he was not happy. So I'm not going to put his feelings out there, but what it does is you can't lie about the numbers.
Yeah.
It puts a stake in the ground and says, this is where I'm at. Okay, this is where I want to be in X amount of time. So what do I need to do to get there? And for him, it'll be a focus on World Championships this year. This is the first outing for him in a new Olympic cycle. You know, LA 28 will roll around fast. We have the Commonwealth Games next year in Glasgow in 2026, but lots in between. And it's great, like, for athletes like Connor, like Tori and Maddie, who we're seeing for the first time in 2025. They now know where they're at, and it's wonderful that they've come here and shown up, because it's really important that we have these athletes not only for their own competition schedule, but it's fantastic to watch a lot of athletes coming up, the younger athletes coming up to those senior athletes, the likes of Connor, Tori and Maddie and others, to get a selfie, to get their autograph this afternoon outside. I've been watching and it's been wonderful.
Just an update on the men's triple jump. Looks like we're almost all through round number 3. And Ethan Olivier still out in front, 15.97.
So the field after the next jumper will get cut down to 8, and those top 8 will have 3 more jumps. Now, back to the men's discus. A bit of a battle going on here for silver. Can Nathaniel Solupo hold silver with that 52-59 fourth round throw? He's urging the crowd for support on his final throw here in Dunedin.
He's in PB form. Just a couple of weeks ago at the ITM, 53.32 for Nathaniel. Just towards the right centre of the sector. And he stepped out there, red flag goes up. So, opportunity beckons potentially for Otago's Kieran Fowler.
So Fowler needs to find about 80 centimetres. This is his home track. As we mentioned already, he does a lot of coaching here. He's got about 20 athletes he's coaching, which is just brilliant. And he has been in sensational form, setting a personal best, as we mentioned, at the ITM just a couple of weeks ago. 54.75. He's had a number of silvers over the years, 4 in fact, 1 bronze in this event. What colour will he collect?
Yeah.
He's got 1 throw to decide what it will be.
The suspense. Kieran Fowler, there he is. What can he muster?
He hits it hard and flat. I'm not sure that will be enough for Fowler. But he takes the throw. The white flag comes up, so it will be measured. Will it be enough for silver? Or will he take the bronze?
Yeah, just looking at that body language, sort of a suggestion, not really paying too much attention to the markers.
No.
And sure enough, 49.06 with his final attempt. So bronze for Kieran Fowler. It'll be silver for Nathaniel Salupo. And that just leaves Connor Bell, who is about to become a 5-time senior national champion. Let's see if there's something in his locker bigger than 60.73, which is his best so far.
So Fowler will finish 3rd, but he will collect the silver New Zealand medal because
yes.
Nathaniel is an international. So we'll hand out 2 silver medals, in fact.
Representing Samoa, of course, Nathaniel Salupo. Great to see family alongside supporting Kieran's home track. Here is Connor Bell. Just nonchalantly juggling the discus.
So Connor Bell, he's got the title, but he's got 1 more throw to lay down a mark here in his first outing of 2025. Paris Olympian Connor Bell, final throw in the senior men's discus final.
Gives it his all, looks encouraging. Oh, up on that marker, in fact, clear of it. And I don't know what finger he's holding up there, but just to maybe acknowledge to the coach. He's happy. A wee kiss and a wave to the cameras as well. And that looked an improvement as we await the official measurement. Oh, not to be. By 18 centimetres, 60.55. But 3 throws over that 60-metre mark. Connor Bell takes out the men's discus. And can put the tracksuit on. And the feet up. Get Dame Val to get Connor along for a chat shortly. But relays are our focus with the men's 4x100 metres not too far away.
So a great battle awaits. We've got 2 teams from Otago, 1 from the Cook Islands, Kiorana, Hawke's Bay, Gisborne, Canterbury, fielding 2 teams, and Manawatu, Whanganui also in this race.
Just looking through some of these names. Shay Veach, of course, have seen in very good form in the 100 metres. 10.34, I believe, earlier in the summer, as well as a 7.91 in the long jump. He'll be, at least based on this listing, the final leg. We'll wait and see. Often Racing 4x100 senior race. First changeover, and Otago A looking strong in lane number 5, as are Canterbury A and 6. Canterbury v Otago. Gonna come down to the final leg. And there is Shay Veach representing Otago, and he'll take some stopping. Hawke's Bay Gisborne fighting for second. Otago take it home on home soil. Canterbury second, Hawke's Bay Gisborne in third. A win for the locals.
Well, brilliant run by Otago with Shay Veach anchoring that relay leg, but wonderful to have two Otago teams. Canterbury, Angus Liver, great final leg for them. As we see here, this changeover, always full of drama. Teams obviously scrambling to get 4 runners at the last minute. So not a lot of change practice, but it didn't matter for Otago. Clear winners here at the Caledonian.
So that just leaves the women's 4x100 relay to conclude our program on the track. But just those times coming through for the relay. Otago home in 40.99, Canterbury 41.43, and Hawke's Bay Gisborne 41.75. Number 2, Wanganui in 4th, 42.73. And the last event ongoing in the field, now that the men's discus has wrapped up, is the triple. Which is down to 8 competitors, we believe, with Ethan Olivier, the world under-20 champion, in front, a 15.97. As we take a look here at Wellington's Leon Roger, best so far of 13.59. Might just be able to catch to that little New Zealand flag marker in the sandpit. Still a target there for Ethan Olivier, I'm sure.
His target to be targeted. So Luke Moffat was actually supposed to be the first one off in this final 3 jumps, but he's just run for Otago B in that 4x100 metre relay. So he will try and circle back, and as long as he makes it back before the start of the next round, then he could take his 4th round jump. He may want to pass because, you know, he's just run a relay, but you know, they're tough from Dunners, so I'm sure he will stand up for that. We can see in the background there some of the women warming up for their 4x100 metre, getting their relay check marks sorted. Massive bodies, 6 relay teams.
It looks like there's just a bit of confusion there over the triple jump. Matt Walsh thought it was his turn. He's been told no. This might be our Just trying to check, is it our Australian athlete, Divish Sri Dina Thayalalan? Best so far of 13.61. Here are the women's 4x100 metre teams just getting ready. The starting blocks. Take a look at the teams. Just the 3 teams involved: Canterbury, Hawke's Bay, Gisborne and Otago. And of course we've got senior 100 metre heats and finals tomorrow. Junior and youth as well, I believe.
This will be a good relay. We've got Hawke's Bay Gisborne in running on the top end in third, Brianna Stephenson, and coming home for them is Georgia Hulls. And the Otago team, Georgia Gibbons, sub 12 100 metre junior. She's anchoring for Otago, and running down the back straight for Canterbury is Hannah Sandilands. So first though, back to the men's triple jump.
Matt Walsh looking to go better than his 13.92 out of 13.73 in round 3. Currently in 5th position. What leg of the relay did you like taking on, Sarah?
Oh, second or fourth. It's so fun running relays.
Yeah.
It's so fun. You know, I remember actually, this is a long time ago, Nick, but I ran out my final New Zealand secondary schools relay was here with my mates and came home. We got gold on the line. Gosh, it was good.
Yeah, that shared elation, I can imagine. What largely is an individual sport, right? Like the relay is just like, we're in this together, and yeah, it must be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. You know, and also the 4x4s will be also not such a great feeling for the athletes, but great to take part as we go back to the triple jump. This is Luke Moffat, back from the 4x1. And this is round 4. He's got a best today of 13.50. Very consistent series. 13.43 in round 1, 13.29 round 2, and then to 13.50. So what can he do after that relay?
He's got a 13.83 PB set last year. The under 20 bronze medalist from 2024. Very consistent, but 12 centimetres down on his best, 13.38. So we go back to the women's 100, 4x100 relay. Canterbury, Hawke's Bay, Gisborne and Otago. And false start, restart there.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to our starters in this 4x100 senior women's finals. Canterbury is running in lane 3, Hawke's Bay Gisborne lane 4, and Otago in lane 5.
And the cool thing about these relays is the opportunity for the younger athletes to run up, and also athletes getting roped in from different events to run for their province or club. It's all go.
And they're away. Canterbury, Hawke's Bay, Gisborne, and a strong start there from Otago around that bend. And pretty even, but Otago with that first change just in front. Here come Hawke's Bay, Gisborne though, really strong leg this one. Making significant ground. And a really professional changeover there from 2 to 3. And Hawke's Bay Gisborne through Brianna Stevenson. Flying now. Here's Georgia Hulls.
She won't be stopped. Oh, a picture of determination there. Georgia Hulls will run in the 200 later in the program. And she flies home to get Hawke's Bay Gisborne the gold. Otago silver, and Canterbury coming home in bronze in third position.
Great leg from Pohi down the back straight from Hawke's Bay Gisborne to put them in a prime position leading into that second change. That was very slick there to Stephenson, the heptathlete, and Georgia Hulls, no stopping her. The second best 200 metre runner all time. Great to see her out on track, and that's gold for Hawke's Bay Gisborne in a time of 46.48, Otago 48.34. Canterbury rounding out the podium, 49.21.
So Otago, as you can see there, the 4x100 metre men's winning quartets signing the screen. So gold for them in the men, silver in the women. That concludes the action on the track as we send it down to Dame Valerie Adams.
Congratulations. I'm with Connor Bow, winner of the senior men's discus throw for the 5th time here at Caledonian Grounds. How are you feeling about your first outing for 2025 since 2024?
Yeah, my first competition since the Olympic Games. It's really nice to be out competing again. I'm feeling very cold, but it's so nice to be competing with a crowd of supporting people, and so it's a real big win for me today.
Fantastic. Now you're looking very slim, very fit. What's the reasoning behind that? Are we looking to have a different physique for 2025?
Well, no, it started off after the Games as an unintentional weight drop while I was going around with my parents enjoying some of Europe after the Games, which was so good. And then when I came back into training in October, I lost a bit of weight, and so we decided we'd collect some strength data and work on my nutrition at the other end of the body comp spectrum to see how it would affect my throwing and my power output in the gym. So it's been a little bit of a science experiment, and it's the year to do it, right? Year after the Olympic Games, so really cool just to get through the domestic season, really cool to kick off my season with a couple of throws over 60 metres, and next going on to Melbourne, which would be so fun. Yeah.
Awesome. That was my next question. Will you be doing Aussie Nationals as well?
No, so my competition plan is I'm going to go to Maury Plant and do that. It's going to be really fun, showdown between Jennian and I. The last 2 years have been really exciting, and then I'm going to come back home for a couple of weeks and then head off to Ramona again to chase some of those really big wins, and a lot of the international guys from the Olympics will be going there too, so it'll be a really fun couple of competitions over there.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the best of luck in 2025, and I'm looking forward to watching you compete in Tokyo at the World Championship. So thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Perfect timing as we cross back to the runway of the men's triple jump. Our current leader, Ethan Olivier, attempt number 4, getting the crowd up and about. Can it bring out his best? Oh, closer and closer. He looks pretty happy. Fist pump. White flag goes up. He's having a look at the sand pit. And we await the measurement. 15.97 is best so far.
Well, he had to wait a long time between jumps, Ethan Olivier, and you can see the nice little tailwind behind him with that windsock. It's always a good sign when the athlete walks over to the tape measure to have a look at what it is. He executed much better than his previous round in that jump. And we await, and it shows in the measurement 16.33. So Ethan, a great jump there, 16.33, round 4. He's got 2 left. What can he do?
We had a 16.60 at Cooks. And of course PB at the World Under-20s in Peru last year, 17.01. He'll get a couple more opportunities. Encouraging signs nonetheless for Ethan. Go back now to one of our Otago athletes, Luke Moffat.
looking to improve on 13.50. And a red flag there, an overstep. Perhaps just showing that fatigue after that relay still, Sarah.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Luke Moffat came straight from the 4x1 for Otago B and straight back to the triple jump. So he will have one jump remaining in this competition. Coach there, Megan Merrilees, another hero of the region in her appearance. Done so much. I said Merrilees. She's actually Megan Gibbons. I apologise. Her maiden name is Merrilees. And there's Scott Thompson. He's currently sitting in third.
A lot of excitement for our friends from the Cook Islands there. I think they've perhaps just found out they might have run a PB. That Sarah Cowley-Ross is so excited for them. She stepped out of the commentary van to just go clarify. But that is probably the best reaction to a result we've had all day is Sarah now some investigative journalism. So we take it back to the triple jump with Devesh Sri Dinathayalan. Anyway, Sarah's back. I was just saying, Sarah, after your investigative journalism, close up, 7 sharp, 60 minutes. What was going on with the Cooks?
Well, our friends from the Cook Islands, jubilant. And so they should be. They have just run a national record for the Cook Islands. So isn't that wonderful? And they've come a long way to do it, but it's been well worth the journey. So congratulations to the Cook Islands. A wonderful achievement as we go back now to the men's triple jump.
So that time, the national record, for those wondering, 44.17. Congratulations indeed. I'll be pretty happy. Very happy.
Very happy, just like our mentioned, the medal presentation area is right outside our commentary booth. And we've got now the senior men's discus going on, and a lot of cha-hooing for all the competitors. Connor Bell, Kieran Fowler, local legend, Nathaniel, a lot of Samoan flags flying. And it's wonderful to see.
This is Scott Thompson, currently in the bronze medal position, 14.35 his best, and is 25 centimetres behind Sebastian Panakal, who is an Australian triple jumper, currently second overall. So again, another situation where 2 silvers could be handed out. Two-time champion Scott Thompson. Quite happy with that one, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, body language always tells a story. Now, speaking of two silvers and going back to that men's discus ceremony that was going on, the large crowd, not only for all the competitors, but Kieran Fowler, who did get the silver, who we've talked about today, this was his final competition.
Oh.
So isn't that wonderful? And a wonderful way to go out at home with his family and friends here. Long-time coach Raylene Bates as well. So great to see. Congratulations, Kieran.
So here is the current occupier of one of those silver medals, one of those two that might be dished out based on Sebastian Panakal representing Australia. His best came in the first round, 14.60. And he's trying to rally the crowd as well, who have stuck around this lone event to conclude day 2 of the Jennian Holmes Track and Field National Championships. And I didn't quite get the launch he was after there, Panakal. So that'll bring about the penultimate jump from Ethan Olivier. 16.33 his best with his previous jump. Worth mentioning, of course, Sarah and I will be back tomorrow around about 3 o'clock. Our coverage gets underway. And much like today, a lot to unpack. I've just made some bullet points here, but we've got 100-metre heats and finals, para 200, 400 finals, 1,500 heats. Oh, Hamish Kerr, Eliza McCartney, Olivia McTaggart, Tom Walsh, Jack O'Gill, Lauren Bruce. A lot doing, can't wait.
Can't wait. We'll be live on the Athletics New Zealand YouTube channel from 3 p.m. And set your alarms now.
Appointment viewing, surely.
Just making some minor adjustments to his run-up there, as I believe Kieran Fowler rings the bell for the last time. Outside, a few chahoos as well going on, but it's all about this man here, the world junior champion in this event. He says, will me on. And he wants it for this 5th round. Ethan Olivier.
Here he goes, the national record holder, world under-20 champion, or again, surveying the sandpit. It is a really good series here for Ethan. Certainly felt like in around those high 15s, low 16s. 16.33 his best so far. Tell you what, that angle, be getting a little bit excited. That NZ flag there, that's probably right on 17.01, his national record. That might be slightly deceiving. Been fooled a few times. Oh, look at that, look out.
Wow.
It's another 16.33.
So with a better jump though, because his 4th round had a 2.7 following wind, and that had a 1.6. So theoretically, with a less following wind, that round 5 is worth more.
Yeah.
But doesn't matter at the end of the day. You still measured the same. So what can he do in round 6? It's wonderful to have him here. His coach, his dad, Victus, himself a 17-metre jumper. But it's Luke Moffat who takes his last jump into the pit.
So Luke Moffat, currently with a 13.50. That was his final attempt. And a 13.27. So there's 23 centimetres separating his worst and best there for Luke Moffat.
to the Australian, the 20-year-old Devesh Sri Dinathayalan. Currently in 6th with a 13.83. Getting the crowd up and about. Matt Walsh helping out too. The Aucklander currently in 5th position. Great camaraderie among the competition.
Sitting in 6th place from Australia with a best today of 13.83.
Gives it his all. The white flag goes up.
Final jump from Devesh, finishing up his campaign in the triple jump today.
Great to have a couple of Aussie triple jumpers here with Devesh and Sebastian. So we await the measurement to come through, and just 4 centimetres down on his best there for Devesh Sri Dinathayalan. 13.79. That concludes his program. He'll finish in 6th position. So we've got Matt Walsh, Ryan Young, Scott Thompson, and Ethan Olivier. Final round of the men's triple jump. The last event here on day 2 of the Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships.
And a reminder to those who are here for our official opening
Here is Matt Walsh.
this evening. That kicks off at 7 o'clock, so just under 20 minutes away.
Winding up. 13.92 is his best. And again, the body language suggests not quite where he wants to be. He'll measure nonetheless. Sarah's just stepped out of the commentary van for the time being, looking to get a couple of interviews before we wrap up our coverage for the day. (13.62) to wrap up for Matt Walsh. His best was 13.92, so he'll stay in 5th. Ryan Young now, out of Otago. The 21-year-old, under 20 champion back in 2023. And had a season's best just a couple of weeks ago at the ITM at Ngāputa 14.31. Oh, that looked really good. Immediately gets up and about out of the sandpit. Has a really good look down. Does the white flag go up? Yes, it does. We wait and see. He is currently 18 centimetres off the podium. Well, as things stand, with an Australian in Sebastian Patakal in 2nd position. Ryan Young stands to get a medal. What colour will it be? And it's a 14.05, so 12 centimetres down on his best of the day. So he'll stay in 4th overall, 3rd best Kiwi. Now it's on to Scott Thompson. 14.35. Needs to find an extra 26 centimetres to get past Sebastian Patakal for outright 2nd. And force the Australian to make an improvement. Asking for the crowd's help as he gets ready to head down the runway. Here he comes, the Aucklander. And again, look back
at the Volunteers. He wants to see that measured up. The head sort of goes back. Bit of a shrug of the shoulders. Scott Thompson potentially knows his fate. The two-time champion, bronze last year. Looks like it'll be third overall, but a silver medal by virtue of being the second best New Zealander. Here is Sebastian Panakal. So we await that measurement from Scott Thompson. It's a 14.34, oh, just a centimetre down on Scott Thompson's best. A 14.35, a 14.34 and a 14.23. So Sebastian Panakal from across the Tasman with his final jump. He too asks for the support of the crowd here at the Caledonian Ground in Dunedin.
Sebastian Panakal, here he comes, sitting in second position.
Down the runway. Oh, swivel immediately out of the sandpit, has a look back. A look of contemplation. We'll measure it up to see if it's an improvement on his best, which came in the first attempt, 14.60. Wind reading at around 1.8 metres per second as things stand. Has swirled around a touch. One of Ethan Olivier's attempts with a 2.7 metres per second advantage, but it's bang on 14.60 again, but that is a better jump in theory through the lack of wind compared to his 14.60 in the first round. So here is the New Zealand record holder, the world under-20 champion, and about to bag a national title for good measure. 16.33 his best, coming in the fifth round. And a 16.33 in the fourth as well. What can he deliver in the sixth and final round? Here he goes. Ethan Olivier, what's he got in the locker? And again, up and around that 16-metre mark. He'll measure it up. He's having a really serious look there at the end, but perhaps an acknowledgement there too that it won't be better than his last two, which were both measured at 16.33. 16.30, not much in it. 3 centimetres separating Ethan Olivier's last 3 jumps. But he takes home the senior men's triple jump title. Sebastian Panakal and Scott Thompson will both collect silver medals. Scott Thompson by virtue of being the second place Kiwi, which means Ryan Young out of Otago, who won the under-20 title in 2023, will take home a senior bronze in 2025. Just a few moments ago, Sarah Kelly-Ross had stepped outside of the commentary van for an interview, and I believe she's found Kieran Fowler. Let's find out.
Well, I have Kieran Fowler here. Silver medal in the discus today, but a special day for you, Kieran. Your last outing in the discus circle at the Caledonian Ground. You know, how do you feel?
Oh, I'm not sure how I feel, to be honest. A little bit emotional, but no, it's good. I'm getting old now. There's a lot of grey hairs in here. I was staying before I feel 18, but my body's not 18 anymore, so time to give it away, I think, yeah.
But Nathaniel, we picked you there for the second position, but you do take home the silver medal. You know, what's it like seeing the likes of Connor Bell and other young ones coming through in the sport that you've given so much to?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, people like Connor, it's great for to have him at nationals and things like that. And when it was Val, and then you got Maddie and all them now, like my kids are here watching, and Mason's got his stock signed from Connor and everything like that. So it's just great in that aspect. It's not even about him actually competing. It's just letting people see superstars. It's brilliant.
Now, you mentioned your kids. Now, I know you've got your eldest two here and your lovely wife over here, but you've got someone at home you need to say hello to.
Yeah, I've been told I have to say hello to Finn because he got the option of coming here or getting a bag of lollies, so he chose the bag of lollies. So clearly lollies are more important than dad throwing discus.
Good on you, Finn. Now, lots of people have helped you through your career. You moved to Dunedin in 2007 to pursue your dreams. You know, 9th at World Juniors when you were 15 in the decathlon, Kieran. You've had a long, illustrious career. I want to give you the opportunity to acknowledge people.
Yeah, there'd be a fair few, like Ian Beard would be a big one. He started, and then obviously Raylene Bates, I call her mum, or mummy actually, so yeah, she's been a massive influence, and we still coach together now actually, so we run a squad together basically, so yeah, she's been a massive influence, and then obviously my family down there, and Finn at home, and then yeah, just everyone at Athletics Otago has been brilliant over the years, so yeah, thanks.
Well, you had lots of fans out there today. Congratulations on your career. Now, I know you're in action tomorrow in the shot put, and you're coaching about 20 other athletes throughout the weekend, but congratulations, Kieran. Wonderful to see you in action and silver medal today. Back to you, Nick.
Thank you, Sarah. And thanks too to Kieran Fowler for all he's given the sport, and will continue to do so as a coach here in the Otago region, no doubt. That concludes our coverage of day 2 of the Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships from the Caledonian grounds in Dunedin. We might just see if Sarah can catch up with our men's triple jump champion. There he is, making his way over. A few handshakes after Ethan Olivier took out the men's triple jump title, but it has been a big old day here. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage wherever you are joining us around Aotearoa, New Zealand, or overseas via the Athletics YouTube channel. As I touched on earlier, we will be back tomorrow at around 3 o'clock. There's Sarah Carley-Ross. Looks like she's off to track down Mr. Olivier. But just a quick summary of what is to come tomorrow. Our coverage beginning at 3 o'clock with 100-metre heats, both senior men and women, featuring the likes of Tian Welton and Zoe Hobbs, who will be in finals actions later in the evening. A lot of 400-metre races tomorrow as well. The men's and women's hammer, the women's pole vault, featuring the likes of Eliza McCartney and Olivia McTaggart. 2 of the 3 Kiwis in the women's pole vault at the Paris Olympics last year. Speaking of Paris Olympics, Hamish Kerr, Olympic champion. The men's high jump at around 5 o'clock. We've got the para 200 metres as well, which will be a cracking race with the likes of Mitchell Joint and Will Stedman. Men's shot put 2, Tom Walsh, Jacko Gill, Nick Palmer and company at around 20 past 5. And the 1500 metre heats featuring Sam Tanner and Sam Ruth. Plenty to get stuck into tomorrow. But look, I hope you have enjoyed our coverage of day 2 today. We're going to get some rest. Sounds like the barbecue's just been fired up here at the Caledonian ground in Dunedin. So looking forward to tucking into something there and getting warm as well. Look forward to being back here, same time, same place, tomorrow for day 3, Super Saturday we're calling it, of the 2025 Jennian Homes Track and Field National Championships. But on behalf of all the crew here on the ground, Nick Bewley, Sarah Carley-Ross and Dame Valerie Adams behind the mic, thanks for stopping by and tuning into our coverage, and we hope to see you back tomorrow.